Hey everybody, welcome to Squatch Talk. I'm Pat, and with me tonight is Doug Hajicek, who is creator producer of Monster Quest, which we all know and love, film director of Sasquatch Legend Meets Science, inventor, wildlife enthusiast, and somewhat of a Sasquatch researcher. I'm starting to find out himself. So welcome to the show, Doug. How are you doing tonight? You're muted. You're muted. You are on mute, my
friend.
There we
go. Sorry.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good.
Well, great. Thanks for joining us tonight. So one of the reasons why you're here, I mean, it would certainly be interesting enough, just to have you on for your TV and film experience. Sorry about the chihuahuas there. But you grabbed my attention the other day on Facebook with some a camera, I guess a camera trap. Would it be fair enough to say?
Not really, just more of a camera that we were testing.
Okay, so a camera you're testing, and it grabbed my attention, and I thought it was a pretty good camera, and I've never really seen anything like it, especially in the I guess it falls into the night vision category more than anything. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it night vision. I would call it kind of a light gathering camera. So basically, we took, a no moon night, no stars, cloud cover, 3 a.m, pitch black, couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And it turned a scene into daylight. It looked just like noon.
And there it is.
Yeah.
And that looks like high noon to me.
And that's just a shot of me taking a photo of the viewfinder with my camera, with my cell phone. So the actual images that it's capturing is, oh my God, it's 100 times clearer. We were actually shooting in 8K that night.
Okay.
So it's incredible. I mean, it's like, oh my God.
So it does it does shoot video.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it shoots video. Okay. Shoot stills, video, whatever you want. But a lot of people who get the camera don't know quite how to use it to get it into the mode that you have to get it into a 409,000 ISO. And basically it just opens the aperture up so big that it gathered up whatever ambient light, which to me it was none.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the colors. The sky looked actually blue when you actually saw it in real life. I was like, it's just like daytime. And we were surveilling a swamp where there had been sightings. There'd been numerous sightings. And in fact, my best friend had a daytime sighting in this swamp where he was just driving over a hill, coming around a corner. There's a road that goes around the swamp. But the swamp is off limits to everybody, including the owners. It's a group of owners that own it. They're not allowed on the property. It's a hunting club, but for some reason they inherited this huge, it's got to be maybe, I'm going to guess 2,000 or 3,000 acres. But there's been numerous Bigfoot sightings. And from here, there's a corridor that goes all the way to the St. Croix River. In fact, a couple filmed the same creature my buddy saw about 6 miles due east of this location, just days after he saw it. And he described it as reddish brown, Pat, kind of an auburn colored orangutan. And so it passed right in front of his truck at 2 p.m, stood there and looked at him, and then walked across the road and stepped over a tall 54-inch barbed wire fence. If you could imagine how lucky this guy was, to see what he saw. And it was weird too, because he actually was back there because of Bigfoot. I bought a piece of property that butts up to a lake that butts up to this one that's also wilderness. And I came out of this, it's basically like It's like my warehouse for all my gear. And it's a place I store all my tapes and my video gear, all my camping gear, just expedition. It's a huge amount of gear. And I came out of there one night and I heard the coyotes going off. And I thought, oh, that's cool. So I sat and listened. All of a sudden, there was a good wood knock. And I went, oh, gee. And I had never really thought about what was behind my property. And so I thought, God, I'll have to try some Bigfoot research back here and find out, what's back there. And so I took a drive and found this huge wilderness area that was pretty much untouched. All of these, there's a whole bunch of eutrophicated lakes that are, they're old, they're filled in, they're swampy. And then I did research who owned the property. It was really funny too, because there was a road back there. It's called Fur Man Road. And I thought, well, that's ironic.
Yeah, that's ironic.
That's ironic. So, I told Joe, a buddy of mine, I said, well, if you ever get a chance, you should take a drive back there. It's like time just stood still. I mean, these lakes have no homes on them. It's just empty. And so one day he was going to meet the contractor out there, and the guy was late. And so he thought he'd take a 20-minute drive around the lake. And lo and behold, he has this thing step out in front of him. He calls me and he goes, Doug, he goes, I got a question. I said, what? He goes, did deer walk upright? So what do you mean, did deer walk upright? He goes, yeah, do they walk upright? Because I had an upright walking deer walk out in front of my car and then step over a barbed wire fence. And I'm like, whoa, back up here, dude. I'm asking him questions. Did I have broad shoulders? Yeah. And he's describing a Bigfoot. And I told him, I said, oh, well, you had a Bigfoot sighting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, what's even more interesting is why would his mind go to a deer to me rather than say an upright walking bear? That's kind of more interesting.
I think it was the coloration, because the deer around here in the summer are very red.
Okay.
But it was the other thing, it was tall. So in his mind, he's envisioning a deer standing on his hind legs being, 7 foot tall.
Right.
And it didn't look at him. It just stood out, did one step out in front of his car, his truck, and then stepped over the fence. And he's thinking, well, it just couldn't be a Bigfoot. Who's going to get that lucky?
Right.
And I think that's, I had one sighting too, Pat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
Where we were driving south on a road late at night, and there was this thing standing at the side of the road just waving its arms, kind of in a slow motion, like a drying motion. In my mind, just doing the same thing. I'm thinking elk, moose, what am I looking at? And then all of a sudden, you realize when you saw the fingers and the arms and the hair, hanging off the bottom of the arms, and we're both going, oh my God, it's a Bigfoot. As we drive slowly past it. And we're looking, there's cars behind us. And of course, you look in Google Maps and you look, and it was right where a stream came out of a state forest into a Mille Lacs Lake, huge lake. And it's pretty much all wilderness up there, but there's cabins here and there. But where we saw it made total sense. Just total sense. And it was funny because I sent a tracker out with Joe so he could point out his sighting. But at first, we asked the tracker if you were going to cross a road on this lake, where would you do it? And he picked the spot that Joe had a sighting. Because there was a tree break he could get from the other lake, across a little farm field, and hide in these trees. Just one step across the road, and he's gone back into the wilderness again. So anyhow, that's one reason we were out there. And so we were actually filming from a long ways away. It was, oh my God, that little island was probably a mile away.
Yeah. That yeah. So you were kind of zoomed in there, right?
Yes. Yep.
You had it on the high zoom.
Yep, with a 400 millimeter lens.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. So was there? I mean, was there ambient? What kind of ambient city lighting? Was there a large city nearby?
There's a farm. You see those two lights in the background?
Mm-hmm.
Those are probably windows, not even lights on at the farm. Just
Right.
windows reflecting whatever ambient light from like car headlights. So there's a road that goes around the whole lake, but nobody's allowed into it. And there's thick forest in this 1,000 square acre area.
Right.
So there was no ambient light. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face.
I got you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty impressive. So you're saying that it's I mean, is it super technical to get this camera to perform like this?
Mm.
Is it hard?
No.
Do people have to have a lot of knowledge about cameras?
No, not at all.
Okay.
We didn't even read the manual. Yeah. And we just finally, we couldn't get it to get into the high SIO, or the ISO.
Yeah.
And so we finally put it on what they call Movie Prime. Boom. It was right there. We opened it up and there it was.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It was the only setting that would allow us, and we don't really know. We still haven't read the manual. But to me, I've always learned cameras by not reading the manual.
Because, like organically, yeah.
Yeah, because then you don't ever forget. If you read the manual and you get your information from the manual, you're always going to have to refer to that manual. You're just never going to sink into your head. And so I just play with them and whatnot. And, that worked.
Well, you're definitely a camera guy. So do you have plans for this camera?
Yes. So our plan is to power it permanently. So it's got actually buried Romex going to it from a cabin, about a quarter of a mile away. Then mount the camera in a log, a hollow log stump. Then zoom in a quarter mile away to the bait station where we're having activity right now on a daily basis. We've got a hair trap. We keep gathering hairs that I've confirmed that don't have the medulla. They're not bear hairs. They're human-like hairs with human scaling. It's untwisting jars, cleaning the jar out so clean, putting the caps back on. So whatever it's doing, it's got hands. But the thing keeps beating our camera traps, which will, can give us a whole topic.
Sure.
To talk about just regular game trail cameras. I mean, we've got cameras looking at cameras, and it beats them every time. But we have gotten an arm, we've gotten a thigh, and we just got a closed fist or a hand. But that's not cutting it.
It's not cutting at you.
No. So whatever it is getting in there and dodging those the passive IR sensors.
Right.
And they're getting away from it quickly. They're getting in there and getting out so quick. And a lot of people don't know that any human can beat those sensors. Just try it. Put an apple out, aim a standard, even a Browning game trail camera at it. Run in there, grab the camera, and go out of frame.
Right.
All you're going to see is the apple disappearing.
Yep, I agree. So your plan now is to monitor that bait station with this technology,
right? And then connecting it to the internet. So then we're constantly being able to watch in high def.
Really?
Yes.
You're going to make it live to anybody who wants to watch it?
Yes, you will be able to watch it, Pat.
That's interesting.
But we're going to be recording 24/7 on big Drobo drives. And the camera will never lose power. So I don't have to ever worry about a memory card getting full. And it'll be recording constantly. It'll never be, it doesn't going to have a shutter or a sensor to beat. It's just going to be constantly recording. To me, this is what it's going to take.
I like it. It's a good idea. It's the right kind of technology, that's for sure. Because let's be clear, to the big, the people watching, this isn't it's not cheap, but it's also not like it's not $1 million stuff either.
Right.
This is about a $8,000 to $10,000 project roughly.
Yep.
So yeah, this isn't the kind of thing that you could just go get your hands on for $500 or even $1,000. But it's also, it doesn't, again, it doesn't exceed out into, crazy kind of numbers,
Right.
And so I think I would say that it's relatively cheap for what you're trying to achieve. And I encourage, I'd love to see this experiment done 5 or 6 places around the country.
Right. Yep. That's what's needed.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody can do the same thing. There's so many ways to do it by hooking just a regular low light surveillance camera, on the internet, which isn't that expensive. Almost anybody can do it.
Yeah.
They come ready to be hooked to the internet. And then you just got to get a power source, which find a cabin nearby. Do what we've done years and years for years. We go up and we knock on the door and we beg them to let us use their power. In most cases, they'll say, yeah, especially if you tell them it's wildlife research. You don't have to tell them what.
You're right. Yeah.
That you will share the footage with them,
Yeah.
And we've done that for years, but yeah, I mean, if you go up, knock on the door and say, do we want to put a Bigfoot camera? They might say no, or they might get really excited.
Yeah, because maybe they know something's going on already, right? Yeah.
I mean, you're going to do it in an area. You're there for a reason anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a text from a friend of mine who went up to his cabin up north, and he turned his generator off, which then turned the lights off in his, around his shack.
Mm-hmm.
And his cabin got plummeted with rocks for 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. Just cutting his generator, huh?
By cutting his generator. So he's like, why would it do that? And I'm like, I don't know. It wanted the generator on. And so we're kind of trying to figure out what mindset it would have been. But they also heard a scream, which was, ungodly, he said. And to me, that kind of situation is happening all over the U.S. People who own cabins, hunting shacks, they're having activity. It's not a sighting. It's not, nobody rings a bell and goes, oh, that's Bigfoot. But what else throws things at your shack at 3 a.m, right?
I agree. I mean, a lot of people's, it's an interesting psychological effect that happens with people that say that never considered Bigfoot to be a thing.
Right.
That they immediately try, they do the opposite of what skeptics say. Is they immediately try to dismiss it as something else. They don't just jump to Bigfoot. Now, if you're a Bigfooter, you might be more susceptible to that, right? Obviously. But people who don't know anything about Bigfoot, never cared about it, they're trying to come up with other explanations. They don't go to the Bigfoot thing until much later, after they've had a chance to sort of rewind the incident in their head, and they're like,
right,
I think that damn thing must have been a Bigfoot,
Yeah, and people will seek me out, and people in Minnesota. If they're having activity that just keeps happening and happening, that's exactly what they do. They turn to the internet, they start reading, and I go, oh, maybe that's what it is. But they never think about Bigfoot. You got to realize how many people ever watched Monster Quest or a show like Finding Bigfoot without being interested in the topic. I mean, do you have any idea how many people don't have cable, or, you know what I mean? It's just, they go about with their lives. They're busy. They own a hunting shack. That's their life, is to hunt every chance they get, to go fishing, hunting. They go to their property on weekends, and all of a sudden, let's say they log across the river from where they live. Something changes. And suddenly their cabin's getting attacked. You know, I mean, I've got so many people that contact me. It's kind of weird. And I'm thinking this has got to be kind of a bigger problem than we think about. The people that don't reach out to anybody, they just kind of live with it.
A lot of people don't talk about it. I'm convinced of that. Yep. And I live near mountainous rural areas, which one could say is like hillbilly. I live near that, just 20 miles away. And, me and my buddy who swim those waters, we've just kind of determined that, man, most people don't talk about it. They'll almost, like, even if they acknowledge it in a wink, they won't sit there and tell you their experience. It's just known to them. Right. And they have this weird relationship or sort of dichotomy going on to where it's like, we leave them alone, they leave us alone. I mean, that's a thing. And those people will never go on Sasquatch Chronicles. Those people will never come on my show. No. They'll never do anything on the internet talking about Bigfoot or join Bigfoot groups. And yeah, Doug, I think there's way more of those people than there are people actually telling their encounters.
Yeah. There was a book that just came out that my company just published called Sasquatch Central, which is about basically just that situation going on with a homeowner who suddenly his life got switched upside down from terrible, just constant activity. And, I've come to realize over the years that it's just so much more common than any of us would ever think about, So it was interesting to note that once all of the neighbors were approached and asked, which takes guts to do.
Yeah.
You don't know, they're going to think you're crazy. Every neighbor had sightings, every single one, including people as far as 2 miles away. And so you're like, okay, but they're all keeping their mouths shut. They don't even know each other, but they live out, they have their 90 to 100 acres. They move out there because that's where they want to be left alone. And
right.
Yet they all have something in common.
I wonder, Doug, and I think it would be interesting and important to do, would be to find that situation somewhere in the country that you just described and actually document it. But that's tough, right? Because then, you're talking about the neighbors. They might not want to be on camera.
They don't. Yeah, they don't.
So
yep.
That's the problem. Which is why I know that's a legitimate phenomena within the phenomena, is that there's definitely an element of people that they don't want to have anything to do with any kind of public discourse, engaging with it.
Well, the homeowner didn't mind. Finally, he got used to the idea.
Yeah.
But then, it's the neighbors. No, I even had one neighbor call me and go, just basically told me the whole story, but didn't want anything to do with any media.
Don't put me on camera. Don't put a mic on me. Like, I'm not going to talk. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's sad, because that would actually be a very, very interesting and compelling documentation of what we're talking about. Because skeptics, I engage with a lot of skeptics, and it's hard for me to project that thought onto their brain, because they're already, the people who do talk about it are misidentifying bears or something, or hallucinating or whatever. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. It goes 10 layers deeper to the people that don't talk about it. So it's really hard for me to even convey that thought onto them.
Yep.
They just won't even entertain it,
Yeah, I run into those people too. I still am skeptical. I go at everything very skeptical, constantly debunking things. Mm-hmm. I don't believe everybody or everything, and certainly don't believe, hardly any footage that I see.
Right. Me neither.
I just debunked another piece of footage here last week. Certainly have debunked even, like footage like the Gable footage. If you've ever heard of that, the famous Gable footage it wasn't a Bigfoot, but it was supposedly a dog man. It was very well known.
I actually don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure chat does, but
well, if you Google it, you can see it. But that had
Yeah.
a lot of people convinced it was real, and it
What
wasn't.
was the footage you debunked recently? You just referenced.
I can't talk about it yet,
Okay.
but I
All right,
will be
fair enough.
very soon, very, very soon.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? I actually did not know. I didn't know that you were in the that you did debunking of anything. Like that's news to me.
Well, I just do research, whatever it is. Whatever I'm just after the truth, Pat. Whatever the truth is, it's the way it is.
I agree. I'm only interested in the truth. But I like that you do that because I would certainly trust your professional judgment, I take that into consideration. And we both know there's a lot of hoaxing and I see even trolling in the Bigfoot world. It's not just hoaxing. People will come into the Bigfoot world and troll Bigfooters to get a rise out of them, with silly stuff. But yeah, there's just not a lot of compelling footage. So I like what you're doing with this, advanced technology and the bait station and how you're gonna set that up to monitor the bait station. Now, let me ask you this: have you decided on a platform where you would make that live?
Sure, I'll put it probably on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll embed it, and certainly on my my radio website, and embed it, maybe my Facebook page or wherever, but people will be able to embed it anywhere they want.
Okay.
But it'll be on YouTube.
So it'll be fully transparent, available to the public.
Yep.
Yep. I love that. That's music in my ears, man.
Yep. Yeah, and if somebody, is watching, hopefully they'll notify us, because it's going to be a lot of work to go through all of the footage, which we'll have to do. But it'd be awesome if somebody said, you might want to go back to, this date and this time.
Right. I would say you need some kind of alert button, but to be honest with you, you'll just get that notification every 10 minutes if you did that. So
it could happen. Yeah. It could happen. And we're planning on putting less high-tech cameras in some Bigfoot areas. I'm working with Bill Powers of Pix Controller, and we're planning on maybe doing 3 or 4, but they're not going to be the Sony A7C camera.
Yeah.
They'll be probably more of a standard, but always on infrared camera. Okay,
so that being said, Doug, if you would, just give the audience, if you would, some advice about bang for your buck. So, not everybody, again, can spend $3 to $8 to $10 grand on some kind of system. So let's just say for your average Bigfooter or researcher, what's the best bang for your buck that you would think would be most effective and result in some kind of compelling footage if caught?
Well, first off, having a camera record constantly to me is vital. So if you just go, even if you go to Amazon or wherever you like to shop, even Walmart.com, they have surveillance cameras. Most of them are pretty damn good quality. They're not. We're after the content, Pat. We're not after the necessarily high def, because whatever you're going to pick up is going to be pretty close to the camera. It's not going to be some blob squatch, far away. We're after getting something into an area that's very controlled within 10, 20 feet. There's no way that you're not going to be able to identify what it is. If you get 20 foot with even a 3.6 millimeter lens, that's maybe low light, and you get something that close within 20 feet, and it's walking in front of it, maybe glancing at the camera, you're not going to be able to debunk that very easily. You know, you're going to be able to tell whether it's a suit or whether it's a real living animal.
Sure.
And to me, you know, the biggest problem is always power and internet connection. And that's where the cabin's got to come in. People got to be willing to go knock on doors, you know, and go beg. You know, whatever they feel comfortable with telling them, they can give them some money for electricity. You know, a camera like that is only going to use $2 a year, you know, even if it was on 24/7, maybe tops. But you could offer them, you know, $50, $100. Say, hey, we want to hook in your you know, outlet out here.
Right. For wildlife observation. Yeah.
Yep. We'll give you a link to the camera. I'll bet you 90% of the people will say, yeah, do it. Great. Be awesome. You know, because to me, you know, if they have a camera in a remote area, they're going to have concerns with intruders. They're going to be out there because they love wildlife. They're going to want to see what's on their property, you know, on and on and on.
Yeah, you're right. There's actually a lot of good reasons for them to be receptive to that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like we just had a bear camera this winter, and, you know, we did the same thing. We just knocked on the owner's house, and they said, sure, no problem. You know, they had a bear denning under their porch. They didn't know about it. So we put a camera under the, you know, outside the porch, but so we could zoom in on the bear. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I would like to touch on that real quick about some of the things that you've actually done that, in my opinion, gives you credibility to, you know, to be here and give your opinion, you know, in a way that I think matters to people listening. And that is, I believe you've studied bears with cameras before.
Yep.
I believe I don't remember the specifics with that one, but it was pretty significant.
I filmed the first birth of wild black bears.
Okay, so that's a first.
Yeah, and that's actually now a published scientific paper in the Journal of Animals.
You also filmed I believe the very first cohabitation of two small mammals together, which was a
beaver and muskrat. Yep.
Beaver and a muskrat.
Yep. And that was you know, also a long multi-step project. Didn't happen overnight. Took 2 years to get that camera into that den, into the beaver lodge.
And of course, you know, the grand poobah, if you will, of you know, you visually proved the giant squid is real.
Yeah.
Like that was impressive.
Yeah, we got the first footage of an Architeuthis living in its wild habitat. Yep.
Yeah, and that was brilliant. I mean, I say it's brilliant. You were it seemed like you were just kind of going off a whim. Like, hey, if we catch a smaller squid, it might dive down and get footage of a bigger squid. And
yeah,
it worked.
For oh my God, since I was a little boy, they were sending down, you know, little submersibles and all sorts of weird, you know, toys, spending millions and millions to try to get footage of an Architeuthis. I mean, they knew they were real. Dead ones would wash up, and you know.
Yeah, so it's sort of a half cryptid at that point. Yeah.
Well, at one point it was a full cryptid.
It was a full cryptid at one point. Yeah.
At one point,
but you're right. They washed up. Yeah.
But like the Smithsonian had tried forever, and I was up in the Arctic. It's kind of a weird story how those dots came together. But I was up in the Arctic and saw a lake trout. If you know what a lake trout is.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm familiar with your story, but go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But anyhow, so I filmed this giant lake trout, or saw this huge 6-foot lake trout.
Which is absurdly big.
Yeah, it's basically a cryptid lake trout. I mean, it's as big as a man.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh my God, did you, and the guide's like, oh yeah, we see, once in a while we see those, but they're uncatchable and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I'm just shocked, and this was on the Windy River up in Knowlton Lake. And I went back and I was just obsessed thinking, I've got to figure out how this could be, and had a theory that maybe it was of just a female fish that didn't breed, didn't spawn. And that spawning is what kills a lot of animals. Reptiles to
especially in the water. Yeah.
invertebrates they die when they breed. They die. There's a great show on Netflix with this guy that befriends this octopus.
That it's amazing.
Yeah, and then the octopus breeds and dies on him.
It dies. Yeah.
And and so I had this theory that they just didn't breed, and just if they only live to be 2-3 years and they get to be 5 foot, what happens if they don't breed and they live 5 years or 10 years or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50? You know what I mean? What if they outgrow the predator problem where there's nobody preying on them? And so I went up, so we just went up north, looking for these giant lake trout. But then I thought, Discovery had asked me to go down and film a show called Rojo Diablo about just Humboldt squid. But I snuck on board in my Pelican case. I don't know, it's probably 600 foot of Kevlar strengthened cable and a camera, a crappy camera, like an Aquaview camera. And I made a Mylar fishtail for it to make it look like prey or even a squid tentacle, lowered that down, and it got attacked when it got to the bottom of my cable, tore the cable in half. And then all I could see was this big hook on my lens. That was the end of it. So I just knew someday I'm going to come down here on my dime, my show,
right?
What I want to do, and that hence is what happened. And we caught a big enough squid to put a camera on it, and it carried it down. The payload. I mean, why would a squid be afraid of a squid? That's what they eat. Oh, that was my theory. The big ones never migrate; they just stay at the bottom. And all the smaller ones migrate up and down the water column. And it worked. But here's the funny part, Pat. It hasn't worked since. There's been other groups and expeditions. We even did a second one. No luck. And I always laugh that maybe it'll be the next Patterson-Gimlin film. Meaning not a Bigfoot, but a squid. I mean, just because you have the right technique, if every little thing doesn't come together perfect by luck or fate or God knows what, doesn't mean you can just go out the next weekend and do it again. Which even we were cocky. We thought, we can just
we could do it 100 more times.
Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow we'll get really better footage. Didn't happen.
Right.
Didn't happen. Others tried it. Didn't happen. Others tried it without me. Didn't happen.
But that footage was properly vetted by experts.
Yep.
And I don't think it's not contentious, is it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It never was that it was a massive animal. What was undecided, was it a giant Architeuthis, a giant squid, or a giant Humboldt? Either one had never been photographed.
Right.
Humboldt squid only get, 4 or 5 feet. Maybe you're lucky, a 5 foot might exist. That was it on record.
But for sure, this thing was 50 to 60 feet long.
We actually came up with, and there could be arguments on that. Certainly no less than 40 feet, no more than 107 feet.
Wow.
It would have still been over 100 feet long.
That's quite a range, and I mean, just 40 feet is amazing.
Yeah, I could really care less about the arguments there. Take them and split them in two, and you go 60 feet. It certainly, they know it was an Architeuthis. There's a 2-hour special you can watch on that filming, and it's called Predators of the Deep on History Channel. You can go to their vault and they can watch it free. Yep. You got to sign up, of course. So hold on, I'm going to switch my darn phone off. That was actually just got a text from another cabin owner. I can see it. It's it's interesting. But the whole point was all of these successes were multi-step combinations of technology.
Yeah.
Technology I invented. I didn't invent the camera. I didn't invent this. I didn't invent that. But what I did is I invented the combination. I invented the adapter to adapt and put a camera on a squid. That had never been done. So we got that done. We got this done. We got that done. But we're really just combining technologies, which that camera trap that we just talked about, that'll cost $8,000. It's just a combination of technologies that exist.
I agree. I've often thought you might want to consider this. I don't know if you have or not, but I thought of putting a camera trap out in the woods that is like a two-way mirror. So basically a mirror box. And I always thought, I was like, well, what if they kind of got fascinated with their own reflection? Then you had cameras in there to capture it. That would be the most conclusive, amazing, footage of a Bigfoot ever, because the detail would be right there, literally in your face.
That is as good as any idea. The problem is you've got to not only implement it, 100 other factors have to come together. Maybe the factor is 10,000. Things got to be aligned before that one thing works. And then you give up after a year or a month or whatever.
Yeah.
And no one ever tries it again. That's the sad part of even combining technologies. It's tough, man. It really is. If you really think about all the things that have to happen in order to film a Bigfoot, right? Right location, right
I've thought about it.
Right food source. You've got to maintain it. You've got to be on top of it. You've got to have a way to collect the footage. You've got to have the right weather, the waterproofing. It just goes on and on. And so it just becomes a mind, I don't know. It becomes discouraging. People get really discouraged when they're faced with 20 things that they got to do every day. It gets tough.
Sure.
I got to move. Boy, my son is blasting in here.
Sure. And I'll say this, I pulled this up, killed by Bigfoot, $8,000. Jesus. And to that, I say this. Yep. I mean, look, $8,000 is a lot of money to me too, man.
Yeah. But
that's what it's going to take.
If you can keep the camera safe and without it being hurt, you still have the camera, which is still going to be worth $3,000.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, that's what it's going to take. I mean, $8,000, man, dude, when I first started thinking about filming a freaking Bigfoot, I'm not kidding you, 20 plus years ago, it was millions of dollars, millions. And so for me to look at $8,000 to $10,000 is actually feasible to observe get a real observation and repeat it. That's the most important part.
If you look at the budget, look at the budgets of what did the World Wildlife Fund spend to confirm there were cheetahs in Afghanistan? I'm sure it was in the millions. It took 20 years.
Yeah.
But they were finding anecdotal evidence that they existed. They wanted to prove it. They needed to get a camera trap footage. Didn't happen overnight.
It's like I said, $8,000 is nothing to sneeze at, especially for people in the Bigfoot world, who are, mostly like weekend warriors. They have professions in other fields, and so, yeah, that's a lot of money, but it's not. It's a goal that I'm trying to achieve, because I have my own way of wanting to film them. So,
okay. My tech guy, Adam, right now is putting together a real low-end system that can be deployed. I don't think we'll have more than $250 into
Really?
the whole caboodle. Yep.
Okay.
And then if you need solar panels, you're going to need something that you're going to need a 12-volt batteries, probably 2 of them. You're going to need a $200 solar panel array that you can get on Amazon. You're going to need a controller, which in most cases comes with the solar panels. You're going to need a 12-volt controller. Now you've got power. It may be intermittent, if you get a bunch of cloudy days, or if you put it under a tree canopy, it may not run, every second, but it's probably going to run those cameras pretty much 24/7. Cameras do not consume much power.
Right.
There's another way that's even cheaper, and that is a motorcycle, and I do stress motorcycle dash cam system, because they come with 2 cameras. They're waterproof. Comes with a waterproof monitor. It'll run on 5.4 volts, which means any USB power bank you buy for your cell phone, to help you get through a long weekend on your cell phone. Those things will run those things indefinitely. And now you've got 2 cameras. They're infrared. You've got buffering recording, audio recording. It's recording 2 cameras all at once, but the beautiful part is it's buffering. So it's going to record 12 hours and then record over automatically.
Yeah, right. Repeat over itself. Yeah.
Yep. So to me, that's something that has not been tried yet. And I'm thinking, even with tents, let's say you go camping. If I hear this story anymore, if I heard it 100 times, I'd be surprised. Campers. We heard something outside our tent. It was throwing something on our tent. It leaned into our tent. It wasn't a bear. And, we heard wood knocking, blah, 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 blah. And that's simply to have like those 2 cameras, 2 slits at the bottom of a tent, right? Put those cameras out just so they're under the tent, but just the lenses are sticking out. Maybe another slit that you can just put a piece of duct tape over that you can pull off and look through there, or put your bigger camcorder out. Just doing something like that, prepping, thinking ahead, could make a huge difference. I
agree. I mean, it's worth doing, especially if it's cost effective. So there'll be different types of people. There'll be some people that might go for the higher end stuff. And some people, like, if you're going to do it low tech, obviously Doug's a guy worth listening to. He just laid it all out, and other people might have other ideas too, so it's worth talking about, because the more people that are doing these kinds of things, either low tech or high tech, the bigger net we just cast for more and more documentation.
I really encourage some researchers too, Pat, to go back to the 1950s, go back to the 60s. Get yourself a Springwine film camera. Get a hold of some 16 millimeter film. People, why is that funny? It's instant on. There is 0 delay. It's like you push it. It's like your camera's running.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you do that with your cell phone or your camcorder or your A7. If you had a Sony A7 in your lap, right? The Bigfoot walks out. If it would have been Patty, he wouldn't have got one thing. Nothing.
Right.
It wouldn't have been one frame he would have captured. Nobody would have.
Yeah, no, it's all like,
this button, this up, turn this, setting.
The menu. Hold on, let me dial it in.
Focusing, this, that.
Yeah.
Quick focus. Cheap 16 millimeter cameras can be bought for $50.
Yeah, and they basically have triggers on them.
Trigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wind, and a lot of them don't even have batteries. They're just spring wind.
Yeah.
It's trouble-free. They're instant. And, don't underestimate how high quality 16 millimeter film is. It's pretty good quality.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I've got to turn my camera off for a minute. I'm having some Wi-Fi issues.
Yep.
So let's. Oh God, which direction do I want to go in? Since I'm having Wi-Fi issues, let's see. Let me try and share this. So this is. I talked about this with you briefly. So I'm starting to embrace more the idea of boots on the ground, if you will, static things. If you can hear me, can you hear me, Doug?
Yep. Perfect.
Okay. But at the same time, I feel my whole angle on this is to be way more proactive or aggressive, if you will. And it's sort of my idea, my tactic to pursue them, not have them just like come into a static frame somewhere. So basically, my whole idea is to pursue them wherever they may be. And there's different ways of doing that. And I'll just give you an example of that now. If I can hide this, this is advanced thermal. So this is advanced aerial thermal, and this is the kind of imaging you get from it.
Yeah, it's pretty detailed.
Yeah, and it is. It's very detailed. Of course, it wouldn't be quite this close on a Squatch. It would probably be more like from 100 feet in the air. But some of these people standing in the back of the room are about 50 feet away. And of course, it would be in a situation where the Sasquatch would be completely outlined in darkness, not in a room full of people or other electronic things heating up, So yeah, it's this is advanced thermal. It's about a $10,000 platform. It can easily cover 4 square miles in half an hour. It flies about 45 miles an hour. It's got about a 45-minute battery. So to me, this is like another tool to bring to the table that I think is a very powerful tool. It shoots in 8K or 4K. And yeah, it's quite impressive. And to me, this is the direction I'm going in. This is what I'm going to personally be trying myself as a drone guy, videographer, and a Sasquatch enthusiast, if you will.
Yeah. The problem here, like in Minnesota, is our canopy is so thick. Everything is so, you're going to have to fly a drone at 5 foot. And even then, I don't think you can get through the forest here.
Right.
It's just terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't work in all parts of the country.
Yep.
But I assure you that there's plenty of Bigfoot country where the canopy drops in the wintertime. And that is the key. Like, you do have to have a canopy drop situation. But fortunately, we have plenty of Bigfoot areas that are known to be Bigfoot areas, even if it's a large area, where the canopy drops. I mean, up and down the Appalachian chain, southeastern Oklahoma, that sort of that area. So it's definitely it's doable in certain parts of the country. But I hear you, man. In Minnesota or Colorado or the Pacific Northwest, probably not the best tactic.
Yeah, I mean, there's places in Minnesota that a drone would work well, but
yeah,
it's going to be kind of hit and miss. Certainly don't know what the sound effect is going to have. Friend of mine from Alaska just sent me footage of moose that he got with his, very high-end drone, thermal drone. The moose didn't react until they got within 30 feet. Then they bolted.
Yeah. Hey, I always say this. I don't care if they hear the drone or not. To me, it has zero meaning whatsoever. Because what are they going to do about it?
Yeah, and they may ignore it. They may totally ignore the noise. The noise might get their attention.
Yeah, and if they turn around and bolt, then guess what? I've just captured footage of a Bigfoot in stride, like at full stride,
right?
Which has never been done. So, like, I would almost prefer that they turn around and run. Oh, and guess what? I could keep up with them because I'm unobstructed in the air at 45 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And unless they can run, 60, 70 miles an hour through brush.
All I would do, Pat, is I'd crash my drone, break the blades off, I'd be done.
No, yeah. Well, I'll be 100 feet above the top of the canopy, so it'll be unobstructed. So yeah, that's kind of my thing. I thought you might find that interesting.
Yeah,
I wanted to
drones. I've thought about it. We've used. I was back in the 1999. We were using helium balloons with gimbals.
Yeah.
Thermal cameras that were like back then they were $55,000. Can you imagine the fear on my face putting up?
Yeah, and they're not. Like that camera I just showed you is better than the one you were talking about that was $50,000 back in the day.
Yep.
And that's a $8,000 camera now.
Yeah. Yeah, things have changed and technology just keeps getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And at some point, we're going to have to get footage.
Yep, I agree. It's coming.
At some point, there's just no way they can keep hiding.
I
I'm not going to give up. There's other things that people have talked about. I know, like Michael Waldy down in Texas, he's talking about and has been setting up fake camps.
Yeah.
They're unoccupied camps, which I think is a great idea. And to have like a cooler trap, they open the cooler lid and there's a camera aimed up recording.
Right.
But God, you don't want that thing recording by a sensor because they're just going to look into that and they're going to bolt. You're going to have your contents robbed out of your cooler. And I
thought about doing the fake camp thing using the air superiority tactic. So trying to draw them into a fake camp, there's no people there. I love that. My whole thing is take people out of the equation because that doesn't seem to work very well. I think Bob and Roger got lucky to some degree. We both sort of agree on that.
Yeah.
And so take people out of the equation. And so, I've thought about using a fake camp and all the bells and whistles that come with that and just monitoring it, again, with what I call air superiority.
Right.
And
let's talk about what Bob and
let's get into the Patterson-Gimlin film.
On what they did right. They were on horseback. The horses, the walking of the horses probably sounded like elk. So they weren't afraid. The smell certainly masked their human scent. And I have a feeling that Roger and Bob both probably had dissented themselves. I don't know if he's ever been asked that. But they were hunters. But the stream added also another element of noise. So the stream is noisy. And I've been to Bluff Creek with Bob, and it's really noisy there. And back then, I would imagine the water was running really quick and was super noisy.
Yeah.
So they're just completely invisible to that Bigfoot. And the Bigfoot then is standing behind a big mound of tree stumps and logs, a big log jam that had piled up.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you talk about all of the elements coming together. And he's got a spring wind, instant on camera. No focusing. It's focused on infinity. He's practiced how to take it out of his saddlebag really quick. So the only thing that went wrong was Roger's horse spooked. But Roger knew what he was doing. It still didn't phase him that much. It probably delayed him a couple of seconds. But he just got on it. Those guys just nailed it. Everything happened right.
So I think it's fair to say that you find the Patterson-Gimlin film compelling or conclusive. Then,
of course,
yeah.
I've spent many, many years studying it. The more you study it, the more you realize it's real. It's one of those pieces of footage that will continue to unlock more and more secrets. There's more things it has to tell us. A piece of footage is real is that the more forensic people that study it, the more it completely, how would I say, converts them. I remember Bill Munns, totally skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
I called Bill up. I remember when I called him, and I didn't even know he'd be willing to do it. And I said, "Hey, Bill, have you seen the Roger Patterson footage?" "Yeah, I remember, he said, I remember seeing that a long time ago or whatever, but have you ever studied it?" "No, I haven't." But Bill went at that totally. I mean, you have no idea how skeptical he was. But not only did it overcome his skepticism, but convinced him it was 100% real.
Right.
And that's what I love about the Patterson-Gimlin footage. I don't care what you're going to throw at that thing, because it's a real animal or a real creature, you're only going to unlock more reality. If something's fake, it can only get more fake. If something's real, it can only get more real when you're really putting the screws to it, which reminds me of, the piece of footage I just debunked, but I didn't set out to debunk it. I set it out to get more clarity, to see it better, to see it in all its glory.
Sure.
And I was shocked at what I saw when I finally got the clarity, which cost me $3,200 out of pocket.
Oh, wow.
To do that. It cost me $3,200 I spent on that. And
okay. Well, I can't wait to hear about that.
It wasn't a guy in a suit either. It wasn't anybody trying to perpetrate a hoax. It was the general public, and even me, going, "Oh my God, there's no way, that's a Bigfoot."
It has to be. Things have to be vetted, and so if you're gonna bring footage to the table, be willing to be transparent.
Right.
That's important, and like metadata, even that's important. Things like that. And be open. Be your own biggest skeptic. You be the biggest skeptic of your own footage before you present it to the public. Those are just some of the criteria I think that are going to help move things forward.
Yeah. And I love just getting to the truth. And we use technology. But the point is there's answers to be had in every piece of footage we have. We still have some pieces of footage out there that no matter what I do to them, they just keep going more into the real basket.
Right.
When I worked on the Freeman footage, everybody called Paul Freeman a hoaxster. That doesn't mean he didn't ever perpetrate a hoax. But I do remember spending, 50, 60, 70, 80, countless hours on his footage and doing looping and enhancements and stabilizations. And all of a sudden I'm looking at a piece of footage I'd never looked at. And there's what looks like, which once again, I still don't know with 100% certainty, a female picking up an infant and the infant wrapping its legs around the mother. They'll still, at some point, there'll be more technology thrown on that
right.
Because it's still burning in my own head. I'm not done with that footage yet. I remember calling Paul up and saying, "Paul, did you know you had an infant on here?" And he, I showed him the footage and he had no idea. He never claimed he did. I was the one that found it.
And it certainly does look that way when
Have you seen that on Legend Meets Science, right on the back?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It looks like two little legs wrapping around the waist as it's being lifted. And I'm thinking, well, if that's a suit, how do you pull that one off? If I can't come up with I wouldn't even know how to do it. And I've talked to special effects people. They wouldn't know how to do it. It could be done with strings and this and that. I mean, it gets to be really crazy.
Yeah.
And when Paul never pointed it out to anybody, then you have to go, well, that's kind of, another plus into the basket. It's another plus. You just kind of go on a score sheet. I'll watch a piece of footage and I'll go, boy, that audio doesn't sound right. Negative in the basket. Oh, that didn't sound right. But that, you know what I mean? That doesn't, right there doesn't look right. You just kind of plus and minus it. And you apply what you can do it with technology, but you can't always get 100%.
Yeah.
But this thing I did last week was 100%. I love it when you can finally just get, that complete clarity. You know exactly what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
In with the audio right now, the things that David Ellis, and he's got he works with a gentleman who is highly trained in audio, debunking audio, right? Is this really a Bigfoot? Is this a human? Is this a coyote or a wolf or whatever? They showed me a mathematical formula that absolutely without a doubt, in every case, they even tried to hire voice actors to mimic like the Moorhead tapes and, other things. There's a section of the formant structure that's missing with any human voice. I shouldn't say missing. It's missing with the Bigfoot. It's the lower formant or tonal line is completely missing with a Bigfoot. And it's mathematically proven on all sorts of examples that they showed me. And I was like, okay, that seems to be pretty much 100%. And they're pretty sure that they can, with 100% certainty, debunk any human trying to fake a Bigfoot call. Okay. Including other animals, because that stuff's all on record. So that's nice to know. And that's pretty new technology, with these spectrograms. But when it finally hit me, Pat, where I could mathematically see it exactly on the comparatives on many examples, and I went, God, it's so cool. And that's when I get excited, because I've got a whole bunch of recordings of I want to run through spectrograms and compare them, and it's so cool to get answers.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I mean, to be able to vet it that well with modern technology, and with experts, qualified experts, professionals who can give their professional opinion. Man, I love that. I want more of that. Let's do it. Hey, let's do it 100 more times. Let's keep that going. Like, let's take all the audio we have and start running it through, as much as we can. So I agree. I mean, that's discovery to some point.
One thing I wanted to mention to you, Pat, your mind would be blown if you knew how many professionals, people with PhDs, people who work with animals professionally, from zookeepers on down to military people to blah, 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 that are looking and working on the Bigfoot mystery. If you really knew how many were really looking at it, but they're doing it anonymously. They're not willing to poke their head out yet. In some cases, I've had contact with some of these people. And I've been in contact with other people who are in contact with more people, but it's getting to be kind of mind-blowing. There are a lot of people who are working on the mystery and applying their expertise, whatever it may be.
Well, they are always welcome here to talk about it. I can tell you that right now. And of course, if they're doing it, if they're doing that in it's sort of a under the radar fashion, then obviously there's no funding involved.
No, none.
And that's a big issue, because as you know, I'm sure it wasn't cheap to go get that footage of that, that giant squid. That wasn't a cheap thing.
No, it wasn't.
But you were backed by, the History Channel
Correct.
budget, so that's funding. And so, yeah, I would love to talk to people like that. I don't know how open they are, to be on air talking about it.
No, they won't do that on a podcast. I've done numerous Zoom meetings. They're private.
Right. Sure.
And some people don't even have their cameras on. Some do. Some are fine. Some trust, some don't. Depends. They don't lose their job. But the sheer numbers is growing. That's really the point I wanted to make.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. That's encouraging to me.
It should be. Yeah, it's encouraging to me too. Whether we'll get any answers in my lifetime, I still don't have any idea, but it's just still encouraging to know you're interested. You're not a nut pat. You are backed up by many, many scientists, including the few that have come forward, like Jeff Meldrum, John Pindernagel, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of people in the past that have come and go too that have secretly studied it. But the thing is, it's growing. It's growing and growing. Many of these people have had their own experience camping.
True. That is true.
You got to remember, not everybody who hunts doesn't have a PhD. If you're a PhD and you go deer hunting and you get suddenly a glimpse of a creature and it throws a rock at you, you're going to then use your expertise to study the problem. You're going to get obsessed, but you're not coming forward. You're not going to go public because
it's taboo.
Yeah, it's taboo. It's still taboo.
Yeah. And it is. Yeah.
But look what's going on with the UFO thing. That's getting less and less taboo now, which is great.
True. And I keep I'm sort of like, one thing I'm focused on right now is to bridge that gap to the scientific or professional world to make it less taboo by providing something. If we can get some good observations, make it repeatable,
right?
And especially if it comes from different parts of the country or different systems, what have you, and present that in a professional way as a body of evidence or potential evidence, which we don't have a whole lot of now, honestly. Then I think that bridges that gap and makes it less taboo, because I already have a primatologist. She's a young female primatologist who thinks the Patterson-Gimlin footage itself is a strange film. And she admits that publicly and then says, well, it's not enough for me to believe there's a undiscovered hominid walking around North America, but she fully admits it's a strange film. So she's one of those people that's like, she's right there, man. She's open-minded enough to compel more.
Right.
And that's important. I think that's very important. and there's not the Bigfoot world just kind of circles around itself, And
I remember I had I spent the entire day with a locomotion expert. And we had taken the footage and we had taken a huge bodybuilder. And then we could superimpose the bodybuilder standing in front of a blue screen with the little the marker balls on him. And we could do a wipe and we'd make him pose in the exact position for each frame and hold it till we got a still, right? And I've got one of the world leading locomotion experts standing through the entire process, agreeing on every pose, agreeing that, yes, that's the creature is in that pose, the guy's in the pose. And we went through and did the entire film, or a bunch of, the good parts of the film. And when we got done, he's watching this and he's seeing he can see the legs going in and out, in and out, in and out. And then on top of that, the knees bent. And from another position, the hips rotating. And the most I could get out of him, that's really a strange gait. Same thing. I could not get him to go, oh my God, that could not be fake.
It's yeah, but I understand them in their in their profession and the rigor of science. That it's compelling, but it's not conclusive.
No,
And I get that with
but
them.
but what
As long as it's compelling, I'm like, yes, victory.
and what bothers me is why don't they then get interested enough to do a scientific study?
Again, funding. Who's going to fund it? It's a
Exactly.
taboo subject.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, academia. I mean, I mean, yeah. It's just it's an uphill battle. But I'm convinced that getting good observations is at least a step in the right direction, if not like a giant leap in the right direction.
Right.
And I'm talking about getting hours of footage, not seconds. Hours. I mean, just imagine even a 15-minute clip. I mean, that right there blows the Patterson-Gimlin film away, puts it in the history books forever.
If we can get clear, close-up footage for even 5-10 seconds, it still would raise the bar again.
It could, depending on how good that footage is, the technology being used. Yeah, I would want it to be more than a FLIR monocular, honestly.
Yeah.
That to me that just comes across
clear,
as a thermal blob squatch.
No, I'm talking clear close-up
footage.
Agreed. Nat Geo quality, minimum and high def.
There you go. I'm with you.
I do think it would raise the bar quite a bit. It's worth pursuing. Let's put it that way.
And I agree, it is, and that's why I'm like trying to bring any kind of education or professionalism to the table, which is why you're here tonight, Doug. Is you're a professional filmmaker, cameras, you have experience. And so I'm trying to bring that to the table, to the Bigfoot community, and those especially who would be interested in, pursuing, trying to capture evidence, just so that they know there's new things to consider, new ideas, new technologies. I think it's important to move the ball down the field.
I mean, people shouldn't get, I do want to stress though, people shouldn't get hung up on high-end footage. Even if you had, one of these cheap made in, overseas, these little spy camera. I mean, they sell them in key fobs and pens and, these little micro lens in them. Footage is grainy, you know what I mean? Black and white, but low light. Even if somebody can get footage in that close up from 12 inches away, you're still going to have an amazing piece of footage. If it's real, not some mask. Because I'm sorry, what mask is going to fool you at 18 inches? It's not. You're going to go, that's a mask. Or it's a guy in makeup or whatever. You're going to know. If it's a real animal at 12 inches, 18 inches with a crappy camera, you're going to know it's a real animal.
I agree. If you used even that micro technology and you were actually close enough, I think it would be fairly conclusive.
Well, it would have to be in a trap of some sort because do know, they do tend to come into camps. Not every time, but they do. They'll come near camps and come close. They're still, if you can play on their curiosity, set up a very, very creative trap with even one of these cheap, very, very affordable $10 cameras, even a GoPro, whatever. There's so many ways to do it. I mean, they have, I was looking, if just go to a surveillance site, that specializes in surveillance cameras.
Yeah.
They have buttonhole cameras that are just tiny, cameras and key fobs and pens and alarm clocks and, everything you can imagine. Maybe put a camera in a pop can, leave it on your picnic table. You never know.
No, I mean that could be good stuff too. I mean, I'm wrapped up in the more high definition stuff, but what you just talked about
I am
is also
too.
good stuff,
Absolutely.
you know. Yeah,
Absolutely. But
yeah,
people shouldn't stop trying because maybe they can't afford it. And it may be that low definition. So you can have your $50,000 camera in your tent, but the thing comes into your camp and lifts a beer can up that's on your picnic table out of curiosity, and you've now missed the shot. Or digs in your cooler, you've missed the shot.
yeah.
Any shot is better than no shot, except these blobby, really blobby. But I'm talking
Blah blah.
stuff. Yeah.
Mm,
I'm still talking close-up footage. It's so the key is to get close and not worry about the quality. Because one of those cheap cameras is going to be completely worthless at 20 feet or 10 feet, completely. But at 18 inches, it's extremely valuable.
yeah, I agree.
So content is king is my point.
Yeah, and again, trying different things for different budgets could result in a sort of a bigger net, like I said, of
Yep.
of a body of evidence that could be presented. So it might be something like you're talking about just now,
Yeah.
combined with something more advanced, like I'm talking about, and then you could start chaining those things together as a chain of evidence, from different parts of the country, different people.
Well, the thing is, there has not been one piece of close-up footage. Name one.
None.
There's been zero.
Mhm.
And I'm not talking these, fake stuff that we all know. I'm not even going to mention who, what, where, when.
Yeah, a lot of hoaxing. Yeah.
Those are all fake. I'm talking of a real animal. There's no way you're going to fool me with a fake bear and a real bear. If you get a bear that far from a crappy camera, nosing into your,
Yeah.
low res camera, you're going to know it's a real animal. Try a fake bear, you're going to know it's a fake bear. That's what I'm getting at. And that all hit me. I was in line in Vegas at the NAPTE conference. I'm in line with all the top producers in the U.S. Standing in a line to get our badge. There was a really crappy monitor next to the line. And playing on the tape was the worst footage you've ever imagined. But it was a kid getting kidnapped out of a stroller. And it was a chase scene. And the footage was bouncing all over, and it was blurry and grainy. There was not a producer that wasn't staring at that monitor. And these guys were all high-def snubs, all 4K snobs. We're all staring at that monitor, watching that, kid being kidnapped out of that stroller. And it's, that's when it really hit me. Content's king. Content.
As long as it's real content.
Yeah, real. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
But if it is real and something's close, I mean, our squid, we used a very, very low res camera because we had to. There was nothing else. There really wasn't anything out there available that I could lower down that would withstand 1,000-foot depth. Except this potted, 3.6 millimeter lens, low light camera. It worked and it was content. You could still see the tentacles. You could still see how wide they were. You could still see the eye reflection.
Yeah, and it was
the stickers. But
it was a short shot too.
Yeah, and it's not long. That's
shot. Yeah.
So if I wouldn't have used that camera, and I also needed to be able to hook it onto a squid, right?
Right.
If I wouldn't have done all those things, we wouldn't have got the shot. So that means to this day, we'd still be empty-handed. That's my point. So, people, I just encourage people to try anything and everything. Think close up, think clear, or even a little bit blurry, but content, that's, to me, that's the technology advice that I have. It's just be creative in how you do it. Be creative in the multi-step ways you deploy it. Pretend you are going to spy on your nanny. So get a nanny cam and pretend, and you're trying to fool a Bigfoot. Drill a hole in that tree. Put that little camera in there, hide it. So that's, I don't know. It's just, I feel so strong about that, Pat. It's not even funny.
Well, I hear you. And I find that actually a very compelling, argument on your part, because I guess I've gotten a little jaded because of the lack of data in the past 50 years,
Yep.
And I've just kind of grown this mentality of, hey, you can't outsmart them if you're on the ground. Like, they're just always going to win. You can't trick them. But Pat, maybe you can. And maybe Pat, technology is a part of that, yeah.
Pat, you could be right. You could be totally right. Maybe nothing electronic will get them. If I hear, once again, if I had a nickel for every story I hear about batteries going dead when they're trying to fix these things, I don't know if there's any truth to it. But you hear this stuff and you take it in and you just put it in your gray basket. You just put it there. It's not thrown in the garbage. But you throw it in your gray basket. I don't know. I mean, would it surprise me if somebody killed a Bigfoot and they bring him in and they do an autopsy and they go, oh my God, it's got this electronic sensing organ in its forehead.
Right.
Would that freak me out? No, because other animals do. It wouldn't be the first animal. Might be the first primate. Big deal.
Right. Yeah.
There's all sorts of eels too, but there's only one electric eel.
That's true.
If somebody came to you and described, electric eel, not ever hearing about it, and just some guy, said, oh, I grabbed this fish and it shocked me. And I,
like, what?
Right. Yeah, I'm sure you did. But if somebody noticed, if there was an organ that could sense electricity in a Bigfoot, would it shock me and ruin my day? Nope. Wouldn't ruin my day at all. If somebody, but we don't know. None of us know anything. So a drone might work. Close-up camera might be spring wind. The idea is to throw everything we got, at it.
Yeah, I agree. And the more, the better.
Yep.
So the more people that are trying these tactics, the better.
Yep.
I guess overall, Doug, I'm just trying to up the game on whatever level. So if somebody's doing this, hey, do this. If somebody's doing this, hey, do this.
Yeah.
And just trying to give them better ideas and better ways of doing it tactically and with technology.
Well, here's another. I think it's pretty high tech. But I want to tell just one story, at least one story first.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I want to put a camera on like a coyote. Right? They're varmints. Everybody considers them varmints. But I've had a number of personal experiences that gives me maybe hope or gives me thought that they might be working with some Bigfoots. Or some Bigfoots might be following them. You know what I mean? It may be symbiotic or it may be completely, they don't, it's just one is observing coyotes, following them, or coyotes following a Bigfoot. Who knows? Nobody knows. But I've had enough experiences. I had one experience where a coyote its back was broken and thrown in the trail in front of us. Right? And right before that happened, we smelled a horrible smell. And we were on horseback, by the way. And we had to cover our faces. It smelled like rotten meat, sulfur, whatever. It was absolutely horrid. Rode through that smell, and now there's a coyote alive, but his back is broken.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally see the handprints on its embedded into its fur still.
Oh.
So Once again, I didn't take the coyote, and I didn't have an autopsy done on this, necropsy done on this poor coyote to see,
Right.
we just weren't in that position to do that. But the coyote was alive. He was in perfect shape. He had no blood out of his nose. He had not been hit by a car. There were no marks on him anywhere except 2 handprints, and he had a broken spine. Well, he didn't get to that trail on his own. How did he end up in the middle of the trail, the horse trail?
Right. Right.
Well, he had to be put there. If he was hit by a car, he certainly couldn't have got there. Of his spine, he was totally paralyzed, but wide awake and alert. Okay, so that means that happened probably. I like to use the word probably. Happened seconds before we smelled that smell. But then, how do you grab a coyote? If you're a Bigfoot, how do you grab a coyote? To me, in my mind, I'm thinking, I've got it tamed.
It was just there on its own. Yeah.
It was tamed, yeah. Meaning within very, arm's reach. And I went, interesting. I mean, we are discovering so many, it's like the beaver and the muskrats, the symbiotic relationship. The muskrats were grooming the beavers.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
That's great. We filmed to show, weeks and weeks of the muskrats grooming the beavers. Obviously, there was something in it for them. They were finding the parasites in the beaver's fur.
Sure, but still.
They were eating the parasites, but they groomed them on a regular basis. Maybe it was to thank the beavers for letting them live in their lodge. Who knows?
Well, it just feels good to get groomed, though, too.
Well, yeah, maybe the beavers groomed. We never saw the beavers grooming the poor little muskrats. So definitely the beavers were in charge. But my point is we don't know anything about nature. They finally got a camera put on a wolf, a timber wolf, right? So what do you think that they found that timber wolf was eating? What would your guess be? What's your guess?
Yeah, just whatever they could catch. Rabbits, deer, maybe.
Yep.
I mean,
and you guessed exactly what the biologists thought. All they ever saw it doing was fishing and eating fish. A wolf.
Oh my God, really?
That's all they filmed over and over and over again.
Wow. Huh.
Wading in the water, catching fish, hunting fish, fishing, dragging the fish to shore and eating it.
I would have never thought that in a million years. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what did those biologists learn? They learned that whatever they thought they knew, they know nothing.
Until they put a camera on something.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that, yes. I'm right there with you. I'm the same way.
I'm just thinking if a person can, I'm talking about doing this all over the country. People need to do this. You get a permit, you work with a coyote researcher. There's lots of them out there. You get a small GPS collar or a telemetry collar. You attach it on the coyote using paper or cardboard. It'll dissolve and then drop off so you can recover it. You have the footage recording right on board.
Okay, so that's how you retrieve the camera, is that it eventually, basically, it comes off.
Yes.
And it's got a GPS tracker in it, so you just go to that location and get it. Okay.
Yep.
That was going to be my next question. Yep. Like, how the hell do you get the camera back?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the cheapest way I'm going to do it is with cardboard. It's going to get soggy. It's going to drop off.
Eventually, yeah.
But I'm also going to disguise the cardboard with coyote fur. So the whole collar is coyote fur.
Well, how in the world are you going to put a camera on a coyote?
Well, you're going to have to work with a coyote researcher that tranquilizes them and weighs them. And
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we both win. I don't even have to tell them.
No, I want to do wildlife research and
exactly.
Coyotes, yeah.
I want they're going to be so eager to get free equipment to be able to do this.
No, you're right. Especially, somebody like you with your credentials, you could walk it. You could walk up into that situation as a film and television, producer, and go, I'm doing research on coyotes,
Yeah.
and bam, it'll happen. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you just got to be creative and just go, what can we do? But that was really encouraging when I saw the footage and watched the footage, and I went, oh my God, did they learn a lot? Just blew everything out of the water, they thought, of what this thing was eating. They thought it was eating, like you said, rabbits and deer.
Yeah.
No, never.
Everything in between.
No deer.
And, wow. Yeah, they were
But yet
eating fish. Yeah.
a wolf is more likely to probably eat deer. I mean, it makes sense in the wintertime. In the winter, it's not going to be able to catch fish. The lakes are frozen.
Right.
Then it's going to go after deer. But in the summer, it still shocked them that it was actually fishing.
Yeah, I would have never thought that. But I'm not expert on wolves either. But yeah, that's interesting stuff. And you're right. It just goes to show you what you can learn with cameras in the right situations. The Bigfoot world itself would probably be blown away by actual observation. It would be game changing just in the Bigfoot world, I think. Yeah.
Well, there was another time we were up, we were grouse hunting. And we hear a pack of wolves, or they could have been coyotes, I guess. It was up in Canada, running through the camp. But you hear the panting, you hear the footpads, the whole pack just ran right through the middle of our camp.
Oh, wow.
But right behind it, we're hearing boom, 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 boom. It was like an elephant chasing him behind him, pack. And, at that time, it didn't make much sense. But the only thing I could picture running behind him was a Bigfoot. I mean, the ground was shaking.
Right. Yeah. I don't think grizzly bears chase coyotes, do they?
Well, there's no grizzly bears. It would have been a black bear. It would never do that. No.
Oh, yeah. Black bear for sure.
It would have been a black bear. We were just north of or Minnesota, probably about 40 miles.
Okay, so you weren't in grizzly territory.
No. We were in a very desolate area. Just an amazing area. But there's nothing that would have done that. Maybe you could say, well, maybe it was a moose, but a moose would have been more horse-like. It wouldn't have been this.
Right. Boom, yeah, you would have get the quadruped, the galloping. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was, whatever it was really heavy. I mean,
and I'm not sure why a moose would mess with maybe they would mess. I don't think a pack of coyotes could take down a moose, so I'm not sure why they would think I'm a threat unless there was a calf involved.
The other thing, Pat, we saw packs of wolves while we were up there. Right, we busted a pack of wolves up there, so we knew there were wolves in the area.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think there were coyotes. I think there were timber wolves. I don't think moose chase timber wolves. They go the other way.
Right. Yeah. Especially if they have young. Yeah.
But think about, even if they're not working cooperatively, what if they're just parasiting each other? Like, for instance, wolves definitely parasite ravens. The ravens have taken advantage of this. The ravens will point out deer that are injured to wolves or where the deer are. They just look and they have this call that they make.
Yeah.
The wolves get on it. They follow where the ravens are circling. And the wolves then let the ravens feed.
Right. Yeah.
Open it up, let them eat whatever, soft tissue they want. And they just tolerate each other. So they're not really working together. They're just mutually helping each other, but they don't like each other.
Sure.
We could have the same thing with a Bigfoot and ravens. We could have it with wolves. We could have it with coyotes. Fox, could be fox. I mean, who knows? We don't know. But those are the things I try to think about. What can I do to Trojan my way in?
Yeah.
As a Trojan.
And that is interesting. Yeah. Especially with the camera on the coyote. But I don't know. You might have to put like 20 cameras on 20 coyotes.
You might have to do 1,000.
Or 1,000.
Or
Yeah.
you get lucky. You get lucky, like I've been once in a while. Just get lucky and you just bang it and nail it. You go, oh, that was easy. We'll just do it again next week. It just, so much is the universe, just all the stars lining up and everything working out.
Yeah, that's true. There's something to that. I don't discount that. But I think to engage with the universe, you obviously have to be proactive.
Right.
That comes into play. So, well, great, man. It's been an interesting discussion, Doug. We can keep it going if you want, or we can wrap it up. We're at an hour 40 right now, so.
Yeah, at least I want to go turn my light on here. I let the sun go down. It was too bright. Now it's too dark.
Yeah, I was wondering what lighting effects you had. Yeah, if you had a light guy there. Like,
no, I don't have any
stuff up.
No, hold on, just a second.
Yeah, sure. I think I could keep going.
Hello. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I forgot you're on. You're on, I guess, Central Time.
Yeah, we're Central. Yep.
And the sun finally went down.
Yeah, it's just this window aims due east or due west. Sun comes down, blinds me, then it gets pitch black. So it happens to me all the time.
Sure, but sometimes you probably get, especially in Minnesota, if it's wide open there, you get like spectacular sunsets too.
Yep. Yeah, we've got a great sunset. I like living where I'm living, but there's those darn people that get to live out west in the Pacific Northwest, with the giant redwoods and the rainforest, and I'm just like, God, it'd be nice if I could just jet over there for the summer and then jet back here for part of the year. And, it'd be nice to be able to go where you want to go.
Sure.
And live, be more nomadic, but I'm stuck here. I've got a lot of kids and still got one in the nest yet.
Right. Well, that's okay. I'm gonna bring in, if you don't mind fielding some questions.
Sure.
I'm gonna bring some people in now that I'm sure have questions, and the first one's gonna be Steve, a friend of mine. Bring him into the stream. And hey, Steve, what's up, bud?
Hello. Oh, finding ways to keep busy. Doug, I gotta say, I absolutely love your statement about 100 things having to come together, or 1,000 or 10,000 things, because I don't care how clever your Wile E. Coyote camera trap is going to be. The reason it doesn't work is a failure of imagination.
Yeah, it could be. It could be a million reasons why things fail. Oh my God.
You got to have a subject there. You got to have the right time.
Yep. Yeah, it takes more than just one attempt, 2 attempts. It could be 1,000 attempts. It could be 10,000 attempts. The only thing that puzzles me about the Bigfoot mystery is still why we haven't gotten more legitimate footage from camera traps that are just hanging up all over the U.S. for deer, for white-tailed deer. That's the one that does puzzle me. But then again, there was something I read the other day, and this was really fascinating. There apparently has never been a alpha male wolf ever filmed on a game trail camera. They're always the betas. And I went, if that's true, and this is off of numerous studies, when there's a funded studies, they're like, nope, we've never, ever filmed an alpha male. Meaning they're just too wary. And does it surprise me that maybe a Bigfoot would just be wary enough to go, I see that strap. I know what that is, or it might harm me, or just avoid them. Or they just are totally superior to even our intelligence. The point is, we don't know, Steve.
Yeah.
We don't know anything.
Well, it's not just the game cameras. We also have border patrol cameras.
Yep.
Along the Canadian border, I'm one of those West Coasters you were just envious of.
Yep. Oh.
And but there are cameras all along the border. And why the heck would Bigfoot respect the U.S.-Canada border?
Yeah, exactly. Tell me more about the border cameras.
They're just areas. Well, there are also areas along the Canada highway corridor, for that matter. There are cameras that are run by the Border Patrol, by the Highway Department, by the U.S. Highway Department.
Yep.
And Canada also monitors wildlife migration. Now, they don't necessarily monitor all drainages all the time,
right.
But they have cameras out at many drainages at any given time. And by drainage, I mean where a river crosses under a road or highway or someplace like that, where wildlife is constricted down to a narrow path.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how many cameras like that are all over the whole of North America. There's got to be thousands and thousands of them.
It's a frustrating problem.
But the other question is, if they did film something, what do we know about it? The Department of Transportation or people, you just wonder. You don't know.
Sure.
It's all these factors.
Yeah, there's all sorts of conspiracy theories, and there's no point in pursuing them because,
I agree.
If it's going to be kept secret, it's going to be kept secret, and secrets don't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Hey, Patrick, somebody else joined here.
Hello, Mr. Hajicek. It's an honor to meet you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you.
What's up, Patrick?
Just enjoying the show. A lot of great information, a lot of great insight. I'm a little ignorant when it comes to cameras and tech. I'm more of a primitive person, a primitive tech person. So it's been fascinating to me.
Yeah, well, it might be the figure 4 trap with a rock balancing on it with some kind of spring wind tripwire.
Well, what I've been,
so
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I didn't mean to step on you.
No. I was just going to say, whatever skills you have, Patrick, use them.
Well, I'm a primitive living skills instructor, and
very cool.
you have to pass all your primitive snares, going out making forage, making primitive
there you
snares,
go.
and
you could
traps.
Apply those. You're the kind of guy that I want to get together with, because there's so many of those types of things that could be applied to a non-electronic camera.
Yeah, I agree. And what I have done is I took a dirt hole set, and I took the steel trap out of it and applied a radio and a motion sensor camera.
Ah, there you go.
To where anything coming up to the dirt hole would be exposed to the camera. And what I did is I scraped the ground back about 10 feet radius outside of the camera down to the dirt, and I have tracks coming in, and they'll come and look, but they don't trigger my camera. And so what I swapped to was an embankment set, which is basically it's an adaptive to a fake coyote den with a camera in the back of it, with dirt in front of it.
See, those are brilliant things. I mean, I have more respect for what you're doing than anything I've ever done. Only because that's maybe what's going to take to get one of these things, right? Because what you're doing is far less obvious.
Yeah. Tell him what happened to your camera, Patrick.
Yeah, we want to hear.
I've had a weird coincidence that my camera, while set on video, only caught one still image. While it videoed me before, while I set the trap up, and after as I took the trap down.
Okay.
And so we're thinking that it's some kind of electronic failure because I use that same camera's done this twice to me. So I'm changing cameras to a better camera, and I'm going to repeat this experiment elsewhere.
Okay. So what do you attribute that to?
Well, we all have our own special skills, and Steve is, of course, he's an electronics engineer. And what he explained to me that the code of that camera has to read the switch and then go back and then follow the code to do what it's programmed to do.
Right.
And perhaps that when it read that switch that particular time, there was a failure.
Okay.
Mighty
And so-
coincidence, though.
Yes.
Or what else could cause that, guys? What if you shook the camera dramatically? Would that maybe cause it?
I tried that.
Did it work?
I put the camera all together, triggered it, and I hurt my hand beating it. I beat that camera, and I could not cause data corruption or a lack of data
Really?
being sent to the SD card.
Interesting.
So what, and of course there is another hypothesis of that there are electrical anomalies caused by this being, which is an interesting hypothesis. It can only be, there can only be a theory derived and tested, which in my next test, I'm going to use 2 cameras in the back of that coyote den, that fake coyote den, with the descented with the urine in front of the coyote den, and see if both cameras fail, then I'm in trouble. I'm not sure what the answer is going to be.
That's data. That would be data.
So my son, just for fun, he just got back from a trip, little expedition. He brought a I don't know what brand it was. It was an electrical field meter, probably like a tri-field type thing, just to see. And they had wood knocking. They had wood knock returns. And he writes here. He goes, the first night we were up there, the thing was picking up a really strong field right after wood knocking. They're in the middle of nowhere. Tim had a brand new batteries in his recorder, and I'm trying to read a small text here without my glasses. Somehow it died twice in a row. I fell asleep early, so I'm not sure if anything came around. The second night, it was windy, and my recorder died as well. So it was just a note I just got from my son. So
I like the idea of using a tri-field indicator just to try to debunk that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it isn't going to hurt anything. What's it going to hurt? Nothing.
Well, it's all exciting data to me, because this wasn't the first electronic failure I've had.
Yeah.
And in and around. And here's the thing, I'm a 3rd generation tracker. Okay. And I've tracked 24 of these individuals.
Okay.
And I don't go out and do an experiment and scratch my head on the way back home and think, I wonder what happened. Because I'll go back out there and track and find what's doing what. Was it a coyote that came around? Was it
Right.
a panther? Was it someone wearing work boots that come around? And a lot of times I'm finding these 5-toed, heel-to-toe tracks, of various sizes. And at my latest failure of a coyote, actually it's my first coyote den I've actually done. It's a new theory I'm working, but it was the first time I did it. And I had 14-inch barefoot tracks 40 feet in front of my coyote den.
That's. Can you tell me whereabouts you're working, Patrick?
I work in Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi,
Okay.
Oklahoma.
Okay. All good areas. Very interesting. So, how long have you been doing research?
This will be 19 years.
Yeah. So you've been at it a
18
while.
years. 18 years actually.
And you've been frustrated probably as all heck.
Well, I kept my mouth shut for 16 years because of actually I didn't come out publicly for 16 years. It took me 14 years to even talk to my best friend about what was happening because of I guess the best way to describe it is I was having a hard time wrapping my own head around the subject because to me they never existed. They weren't supposed to exist. They never existed. And then, you have an encounter and then you have a second one. And then you go in, you start using your primitive living skills, survival skills, tracking, trying to figure out the pieces of this puzzle.
Yeah.
And the more you find, the more your mind is blown. And I couldn't convince myself of what I was seeing for years. And, there's no way I could come out and try to convince anybody else.
Yeah.
So
you're convinced they're real. You just don't know what they are and how they're fooling you.
I've laid eyes on them 8 times.
Okay. So you definitely know they're real, but you want to get footage, proof.
My whole angle is that I had a very hard time with this. I cannot tell you what was in the mind of the one that chased me out of the woods for a mile. And so I don't know if it wanted some kind of reaction, if it was predation, whatever was on its mind. I was very concerned about that. And so as an outdoorsman, my angle is I want to put awareness out there for people, whether you know it or not, they're there. You don't have to believe in them. They know about you if you're in the woods enough.
Yeah.
And to be aware and mindful of your actions. And if you run into something that you don't know is there, but if you listen to anything I've said, you start seeing the little, subtle signs of something being there, back out. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself trying to get out. So it's a safety factor for me.
Yeah. How did you get interested? So you're an electrical engineer, Steve?
Yes. A number of years ago, long time before I was in college, I spent a lot of time outdoors and had a couple of encounters that got me interested. But towards the late 90s, I set it all aside when life got busy. I figured that it'd all be solved. Someone would have this figured out in a couple of years, as we probably all did anyway along the time since then, and still waiting for that. So now that I've got a little more time and a lot more experience with electronics and sensors and things like that, I decided to start looking at what's going on, what's the state of the field, and figure out why we haven't figured this out 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, to me, certainly there's been no funding. If you could have been working on this and funded for the last 20 years, it would have been a really good thing.
Dream job, too.
Yeah, dream job on top of everything else. Same with Patrick. If he could have just full-time worked on setting up really primitive, cool spring wind, whatever kind of cool trap you can come up with.
Me too.
Wow.
I'd love the funding to be able to fly my drone all night and look for Bigfoot,
But the thing is, in other animals, that funding is happening.
Yeah.
If you study cougars, you get all the funding you could ever dream of. You got a full-time job. You get your pin maps and all the things that you get to do and tranquilize cougars and radio collar them and track them. But in this field, there's just no funding. Sad. So we're a bunch of weekend warriors.
Yep, that's the truth.
Hello, Leon.
Welcome, Leon.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you just fine.
I'm just trying a new sorry guys, just trying a new mic out. So awesome show. It's brilliant to hear you guys talk the way you're talking, that's for sure. So refreshing, because you're saying I've been watching a few of your interviews, Doug, that you've been doing around on the internet, and you're so refreshing to listen to, I'll tell you for sure. And you're right. The problem is we're weekend warriors, and we don't really want to be educated in regards to understanding what we're actually looking at. And there's no way you're going to get it on your first 400 tries, like you said. Like, it's chronically making mistakes and learning from them instead of just assuming everything is a Sasquatch out there for sure.
Yeah. I remember George Schaller telling me the effort that they were putting into, doing like the cheetah study in Afghanistan. And I was just like, oh my God, you mean you've done 8,000 camera traps? And I'm like, that's crazy. Over how many years? You know what I mean? Just, it's phenomenal what it takes to get footage. And he was one of the guys that got, some of the first footage of gorillas. And so he knows what it takes. He's like, you guys aren't even pricking the tip of the iceberg on your efforts. Yeah. Just because we're all disorganized. You know what I mean? Leon's doing his thing. Patrick's doing his thing. And I really do think Zoom, right? This format, or on StreamYard, these Zoom type things are going to change that disorganized effort. I think it's going to cause a lot more organization. It's my prediction.
Well, we've been talking about that behind the scenes too. The online scene is just exceptionally toxic with information and data, and the idea about pulling a group of us together from different channels using the same standard would probably help. Yes. Like the scientific standard. So,
well, there's groups that are forming like that.
100%.
More and more, but still, there's no funding for any of them. Yep. That's the sad part.
No, it's self-funded, or in whatever way you can self-fund. That drone I showed you earlier, Doug. I mean, quite capable drone. Yeah, it's a $10,000 drone, man. Yeah. I'm a blue collar worker, man. I'm not, I'm not driving Lambos,
Well, in the absence of what we dream of, I still personally try to repurpose technology that may not be applicable in one way and apply it another way.
Right.
To further the cause. Yep. And I believe I believe it could happen, but I'm gonna tell you, these things are way smarter than anybody would ever dream of.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And I also agree. I mean, any successes I've ever had has always been in repurposing, reapplying technology, just combining them. Have you played around with any spring wind equipment, cameras? I mean, you would obviously have the skills to get those things to go off. Not electric.
I haven't dealt with non-electric cameras. I've considered a tripwire filmed camera.
Right.
To try to get away from electronics.
Yep.
And also making a package with a plunger system that will click a picture, on an automatic rewind film camera.
Yep.
I've considered those.
So, do you realize how rare you are, Patrick? There's not a lot of guys like you doing this.
That's true.
You should definitely. I would love to see you try to figure out a way, not only a way to do it, but a way to share it with the world.
Yeah, I'm transparent. There's my only motivation is to further this study and put it out there and try to and here lately my quest has been to find better questions, because science starts with a question.
Right.
And to have better questions to draw better hypothesis on, so that I could derive better theories and experiments to get this ball downfield in the subject and be transparent.
So Leon, just to change the subject, whereabouts are you from? It says Okanagan.
Yeah, I'm in British Columbia, Canada.
Okay.
I'm just north of Steve by, what did we figure out the other day there, Steve? 3.5 hours or 6 hours or something like that?
So I would imagine have you been to the Memorial Day footage site?
Have I been?
Yeah.
No.
You haven't? Okay.
I have very limited time for what I do professionally. So, but I have checked out other sites, especially close by in Canada, including the Slow Can report that Matthew Johnson reported with having the best Sasquatch tracks in 2020, which turned out to be totally bogus, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But Steve, getting back to technology and stuff, Steve, you should share a little bit about what you've been working on in regards to your cameras and your sensors and your kind of Skynet idea you're doing there.
Well, I've just been playing around with the ideas of how to instrument a camp. Now, I'm dealing a little bit in theory with Patrick's idea that they seem to be able to suss out electronics. But what I'd like to do basically is go out to a site, go about 100 yards out from where I'm camped, and just put stakes in the ground with motion sensors that may have some other little gadgets on them like lights, that I can monitor these things. These things will set up an ad hoc network, and I can sit in the camp and monitor when things are moving around the camp. And maybe when a sensor goes off in one place, turn a light on in another place and see what happens with the movement around the sensors. Or not turn a light on until the subject has come inside the perimeter of the sensors.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I was surprised that people haven't done smalls. I've used what do you call them? Vibration sensors. I can't think of why is my brain blank here. But these kits that the military use, you can put out and they'll notify you of any walking. Once again, just didn't have had access to the camera, Steve, didn't have any activity. You're just like, very frustrating.
It is. It's kind of funny how that works. And Doug, if you'll indulge me for a minute, these guys may not know, about, I'm sure they know about your cabin experience, the remote cabin, and then when you finally decided to do the best tricking of them and set up your little blind inside the cabin, like, oh, we're going to get them. What happened?
Yeah. So we obviously spent a ton of time and money to fly in all these batteries and surveillance systems. My idea was to build a tent in the cabin, just out of thick black canvas, so you could be inside this. So they would think, lights are off in the cabin, it's silent, everybody's sleeping, and there would be some real guys sleeping. So you get the natural snoring, hoping that these things would come around into the light of the, these cameras that were monitoring banks of monitors. Just didn't have any activity. Just night after night, nothing. I mean, we didn't even see a weasel. Not nothing. And thank God that particular show was saved by the float plane pilot landing and saying, hey, some Native women had a sighting, 100 air miles away or whatever. And it kind of saved that show. But, I'm like just excited at the thought of this had never been tried. Because we had activity every time we went to that cabin. And here we finally have all this stuff to fool this thing. And either they knew that they were there, it just didn't bother, or it was because the blueberries weren't ripe. Who knows? We don't know. The point was, it's just like, damn it, you got me again. I've said that same thing hundreds and hundreds of times. It was at that same cabin. I had a very primitive trap set up, Patrick. You'd love it. Pots and pans in the cabin, stacked up, right? But stacked up very sturdy, so they're not going to tip over. 2-pound monofilament line, so it was very invisible. Low to the ground, through some eye hooks and out the thing, out to an area near I put it in several different places, hoping that it would come to this, or any animal. It was a stainless steel thing with, fresh steaks, cheese, eggs, raw and cooked, bacon, raw and cooked, fruit, everything you could think of in this beautiful, laid out, visually appetizing bowl. And then had it running into my little bedroom, into a bunch of, and I'm sitting there with my, my high def camera, and I'm just going to, run right out the thing. And before I got everything set up, and Blaine and Joe were outside, and listen to this, the thing breaks 2 trees. To scare them back in the cabin, pulled the string, set the trap off, never touched anything in the trap, the bowl of food, and then that was the end of it. It knew, just tested it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And I went, you son of a bitch. Pardon my French.
I've had them study a trap that I set and them circumvent everything about that trap.
Yeah.
And just walk on. And it's frustrating. It really is frustrating.
But this thing broke trees to scare the guys in so we could run in quick, just pull the string, but it actually moved the bowl about 1.5 feet.
Yeah.
And then that bowl, we left it out there, we reset it. Not even a mouse came near it the rest of the trip. Nothing, no birds.
Yeah.
There was a seagull that didn't touch it. Nothing did. So it did grab the bowl, but didn't take the food, just set the trap off and leave. No, we don't know it was a Bigfoot. But come on, if it would have been a bear or something else, they would have grabbed the food. I've had bears. I played a joke on my buddy once. I filled his suitcase or his duffel bag full of Chips Ahoy cookies crumpled up. And we had a little black bear coming to camp. And I'm sitting outside with the black bear. And it just looked at me, looked at Joe's bag, looked at me, grabbed the bag and ran. And it knew those cookies were in there. But the point is they can't resist food.
Mm-hmm.
If that wouldn't have been just a bear or some other animal, move that big stainless steel bowl. It was a big one. Moved it 1 foot, set the trap off, and then never come back the whole 3 days. Doesn't make sense. So, anyhow.
Well, things like that developed rules in my investigations of if something's out there, we're going to walk to it. And the idea of walking to it is if you've ever had to catch a horse that didn't want to get caught, you don't walk straight to it. You walk to a 45 to the right and a 45 to the left. Yep. 45 to the right, and you're not paying attention to the area you're walking to. Your eyes are on the ground. You're just mindful of the area you want to get to and work an angle. And that is a rule that I came up with a year and a half ago that I inadvertently did tracking. I was tracking for these 2 ladies and in the dark with a Q-beam. And I was tracking and I was I'm working my line, 45 to the left, 45 to the right. I'm in a sweeping pattern looking for tracks, walk through this bottom, and I walk up within 6 feet of 2 of them. They sat there and watched my light on the ground, moving, wondering what I'm looking for, just out of curiosity. They sat there the whole time, watching me walk within 6 feet of them. And so, there's a rule that if you hear something out there, I'm going to it. Those two trees in your area that are broken, I'm walking to it.
Could you say more about that to Doug about the hair?
Oh, what I witnessed?
Yeah,
I'd love to hear
what you saw with their hair. I'm sure he'd be interested.
Yeah. These 2 ladies had an experiment out, and they're experimenting with texture, color, and shape with this clan that I've tracked there before and had experiences with before. And so they called me in as a tracker. They wanted me to track for them to make sure that no one is skewing the results, making sure it's actually the target species that is manipulating their experiment and not someone just screwing with them. So after tracking the experiment and them recording their findings, they wanted to go look for tracks. And so I clicked my light on this dark, and I'm tracking 45 degrees left, 45 degrees right to an area that I believe I heard something walking earlier. And when I get there, my light, I have a big Q-beam, and it's shining on the ground. And I'm looking for tracks, and I notice these two green pupils just off my left knee, 6 feet. And they're watching where my light is looking. And I thought, well, that's weird. Until I stopped and I watched the pupils, and I moved my light on the ground, and you can see the pupils following where the light on the ground was. And I thought, well, I just walked up on an animal, no big deal. So I hit it in the face of the Q-beam at 6 feet, and the eyes looked directly at me. And they're, 9 inches apart. And they're amber colored irises. And at the perfect angle behind those irises were amber colored starburst shaped something deeper in the eye. And then it started standing up, and I lost focus deep in the eye and could only see the irises. But while I'm looking at this, there's a second one, a smaller one, about 4 feet to its, it'd be 4 feet to its right, which is my left. And so, and the thing is what I notice is I'm shining this thing in the face, and I'm seeing the eyes, but I'm not seeing any of the hair. I'm not seeing the face. I'm not seeing the hair refract light. I just have these two eyes at 6 feet with a Q-beam. And it stands up, and it gets as tall as me. And that's when I start backpedaling. I back up about the length of a truck. And one of the ladies was fixing to step around me because I had point. She steps around me, and I throw my arm out, and I said, 7 feet eye shine right there. It's all I could get out of my mouth. I was kind of, shocked, bothered a little. Well, this thing is standing there, and I have a Q-beam on it, and you can only see its eyes, and the trees are lit up, but I only see its eyes. And it slowly starts turning. Slow as a clock hand, it turns. And you can see the eyes start disappearing as it's turning. And when it turns, I step forward right up to its back, and I shine because I cannot see the hair. But when I get my brightest spot of my light on that being's back, you can see the hair glistening in the widest spot of my spotlight. And I move it across its back, before it takes off. Then it takes off, and it goes out about 40 yards, hooks a left, and goes behind some brush. And the little one went with it, and you can still see both their green pupils out there.
Wow.
And I did. I was a little freaked out. I knew there was a possibility, and I've been close to these things before. That was the seventh encounter I'd had. I'm not. But it still just bothers me. So I turned around. I said, "Ladies, on my 6." I turned around. We tracked back down to a creek. Went back down the creek to where we left the vehicles. I said, "I'm out of here."
That's an insane story. Tell me about you actually, you really got to look into their eyes. Tell me about this starburst thing that you saw.
A little bit deeper than the iris. It's green pupils, about the size of my thumb, or a little bigger.
Right.
And around that is a huge amber iris.
Right.
And deeper, about 8 millimeters deeper into the eye, is a star. It's a beautiful starburst shaped something. I don't even know what it is. I Googled up, eyes and.
It's interesting because I could hook you up with somebody that described something the same exact way about 5 years ago. The same exact way. Starburst.
It's something deeper in the eye.
Yeah.
That if you're looking directly in it with a bright light, you can see it. But then once you lose just a little bit of angle, all you see is the iris.
This is somebody that saw the sun just when the sun was coming up, was shining into the eyes.
Really?
Yep, and they saw the same thing that you're describing to me. I've never heard it since or again until tonight.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, they literally use the same words.
Wow. Now that's crazy. The same words. Wow.
And it wasn't a spotlight. It was the sun that was rising, which makes sense.
I always felt a little weird saying that because I've never seen it, witnessed it, or heard about it until that particular night. And this was last August when this happened.
Really interesting. So, I mean, what you saw didn't seem supernatural. It just seemed they looked like they got some very good eyes. Some very special.
I believe they have light collecting eyes.
Do you believe they have that the tapetum lucidium membrane in the back of their eyes, or tapetum, or however you pronounce it? I've heard it pronounced a million ways.
Tapetum lucidium.
I think they have special. I think their eyes are just different.
You don't think they have this mirror?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know in my encounters, I've done research at night by myself and day by myself, and sometimes with a tracking partner. That helps. But I've had them pick me out in a rainstorm on a moonless night at night at 400 yards. I mean, that sounds weird to say, but that was the reality of that situation that night.
Yeah.
How they did it.
So what is your take, Pat, on Patrick?
I'll tell you this, and it's been a family-friendly show up to this point. I'm about to break that deal. I asked him straight up on air. I said, "Are you full of shit, dude?" Like, I challenged him. So I've gotten to know Patrick pretty well. I don't get a lot of red flags, but Leon did a way in-depth interview discussion with Patrick that even goes beyond just my casual relationship with him. So, Leon, what do you think of Patrick? Is he full of crap?
Well, I wasn't looking to see whether it's full of crap. What I meant was more, what is your take on his skill set?
Well, he rides horses better than I do. Okay. He's a manly man, that's for sure. No, I like Patrick. I think I'm going to go to Louisiana and hang out with Patrick for a few days and say, "Hey, man, really? All right, show me." Patrick definitely has a skill set.
It's a unique skill set, lost.
Yeah, and again, he has that. He's not kidding. When he says he has, he's participated in communities of primal survival, primitive survival.
I belong to an international group.
Yeah.
Well, where did you get your training, Patrick?
My grandfather used to track for the sheriff in southeast Oklahoma.
Okay.
He was a tracker.
Okay.
And my father was a tracker and a great woodsman.
Oh.
And I grew up tracking and a woodsman and I killed for a living as a young man. I just killing animals, keeping the freezer full. And then I got serious about it and joined a primitive living skills, primitive survival group about 20 years ago. And it was those skills that I was practicing those skills that put me into an area where I bumped into something that does not exist. There's no way it could have existed. And
so you, like many people, you were not looking.
I was never the romantic person to believe that Bigfoot existed.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was complete mythical hogwash. But when you're a mile back using primitive skills, tracking and hunting the old ways, and you run into something that chases you out of the woods for a mile, and it's 12 feet from you in broad daylight,
right?
It causes a query,
And if you would, Patrick, tell Doug what you convinced yourself had happened in that first experience.
Oh, I got to when I finally made it to my truck, I pulled my soft drink bottle out of my pocket, threw it in the passenger side of my floorboard of my truck, and I said I hallucinated that. I'm not ever drinking that soda again.
Jeez. Yeah, we're our own worst enemies when it comes to seeing stuff.
Yeah. And then
He literally thought he was hallucinating. I believe, if I remember correctly, you even kind of laughed at yourself.
yeah, I laughed at myself. About a quarter mile away, I started laughing at myself hysterically. I was hysterically laughing at myself. You're so stupid. You had a hallucination, and it's this darn soft drink, and I threw it in the floorboard. I said I swapped to Pepsi, another Pepsi product after that. But then you put that, you have 2 years worth of nightmares.
Yeah.
And you put that to bed, and then 6 years later you have a second encounter.
Yeah.
That makes you believe, and makes you come to terms with there's a phenomenon known as Bigfoot out there, and you have to debunk it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say something else, Doug, is the three guys that are here with you today, we're not your normal online guys at all. We have our very special, niches that we deal with, and it's taken at least me 5 years to find the right guys. I mean, I came online to not just learn about how to find a Sasquatch, but actually do research to what happens to somebody who comes online looking for a Sasquatch, and also study the Sasquatch community as a system, because I study systems theory. So
yeah.
And that.
And so
Go ahead.
I don't interrupt you, but you're a biologist, aren't you, Leon?
No, I'm a clinical educator. So I deal with the mind a lot, how people think, how you believe what you believe, how you perceive things, how your brain will trick you without you realizing it's tricking you, that kind of stuff. So, so it's kind of nice to, getting like when we're talking about getting channels together, the right channels. So it's just not the same. This is narration that we've been hearing online for the last 10 years. This is a Sasquatch without anyone explaining the important part in the middle, which is, can you please describe to me from the inside out why you believe it's a Sasquatch instead of just parroting what we've been hearing online? And it's not that people aren't intelligent, but they've been spoon-fed via channels, the narrations they've been hearing, and it's certainly not helping us move forward whatsoever. So,
right. And what is your goal?
Well, my goal is I'd like to see a Sasquatch again. And that's been one of the most frustrating things is you come online to find the right people. And then after a while, especially if you study systems, you realize that a lot of people have the Dunning-Kruger effect and they really believe something, but they've never actually vetted it out to find out if the evidence is actually valid. And when I met Patrick, there was something about his style. I mean, I worked at the bush for 10 years. I was raised in the bush and stuff. So I knew immediately that I didn't have to describe things to Patrick, that we kind of both have the rhythm of the bush still in our systems. And like when you're talking about weekend warriors, well, our culture, I mean, that's been gone for a good 10, 15 years, especially because of the way the world is and the culture we walk in. We're not part of the forest. We don't have the forest rhythm in anymore. Indigenous people do, Aboriginal people do. But in order to find these guys, you have to be able to know what the natural rhythm is in the forest. The same way I know when I come home today from working 12-hour shift, I walk into the house. If there's something up, like you said, there's a strap on the wall or there's a tree growing in my living room, something's happened strange that shouldn't be in my environment of my house. So I'm looking at it. I'm pretty sure that if they're in the forest and they're looking and they're culturally used to the forest, they're going to recognize things pretty normal or pretty quickly, whether or not it's natural to what they're used to seeing. So there could be two sides of that. One, it would make them curious and they would come and investigate it. The second, they might have an indifference to it. They've had enough connection with things that look not of the forest, that it's connected to the visuals they've picked up from man. That might be enough warning for them just to stay away and stay clear of the area. So,
I've got a question for you, Patrick. Have you ever thought of taking coyote legs and making your own coyote tracks, leading your coyote, your coyote den or whatever you were constructing? In other words, have you thought of faking animal tracks to fool it?
They're extremely hard to fool. These things, I'm a tracker,
Right.
and they're a better tracker than me. So, I haven't tried to fake them with tracks. What I did use is coyote urine, real
Right.
coyote urine.
Right.
And I did have something come and trigger my camera.
Yeah.
It's just my camera was too slow and it
Yeah.
had a glitch. And I think if I used 2 cameras and a little smarter about the experiment, I think it could yield real results. And not just in my area. When one of my goals is to design an experiment that can be used anywhere in the U.S. or Canada to yield results. And
Yeah.
something that's not expensive to do, and someone, just the average person, could go out and do, the average field researcher. Because, I'm not a PhD, So I try to, design things to where everybody can use it. So I find the simplest form of doing something.
Yeah.
And the coyote den with 2 cameras in the back of it, with the dirt kicked out where it looks like something actually dug it out with feet.
I was just suggesting you put a couple of small coyote footprints in that dirt.
Well,
But like you said, it did get triggered.
Well, what I wished I used to have a coyote pelt caped out, and what I wanted to do is roll it up with the tail hanging out and stick it in there. Is what I wanted to do.
That's a good idea.
Some mice got to it, and it wasn't stable. It was just rawhide pelt that I skinned.
Yeah.
And I do have some friends that still have some of those. I may get a hold of, and
And you've only done that one time, the den.
that's the first time I did this. Was this
Oh, yeah.
past weekend?
Oh, okay. Wow. It sounds brilliant to me.
Well, the dirt hole set will get you tracks. You can scrape an area back 20 feet diameter and dig a hole in the middle and put a radio.
Right.
And I've used recorders, and the recorder was a success. Okay, I had a recorder set up, and they walked in, tapped my recorder, they picked my radio up, and went out of hearing for 11 and a half hours. And then you hear it walking back in on audio, and drops my radio back in the hole.
What is the deal with that? We've had that happen so many times. Well, I'll take an audio recorder, carry it off, and bring it back, and sometimes stand it straight up in the trail.
Yeah.
As if they're returning it.
Yeah.
But all the audio's on there.
Yeah. And what I enjoyed was the radius of soft dirt. You can see their tracks, and these were juveniles
Right.
doing it.
Okay. So the coyote den that you're digging out gives you that excuse for putting soft dirt out, which gives you the correct tracks as a byproduct. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Well, I have found what they're most concerned about. This is what they're absolutely concerned about, and that is their own survival, and what your presence or the presence of anything strange means in their area to their survival. Okay, trying to approach them any other way, I've failed. I haven't had any luck with that.
So why were they interested in the coyote den?
It's my hypothesis, after observing in 4 different areas, that after I do a yell, a Bigfoot yell, or I have what I perceive as the target species do a Bigfoot yell in a research area, the coyotes will go off, yip, 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 and go the other way. 4 times I've watched that. And then another researcher showed me a picture of a coyote that had its head twisted backwards. It wasn't shot, it wasn't run over, it was just like picked up, and its head was twisted.
Okay, did you catch my story of what happened to us in the coyote?
I did hear about the one that broke back.
Yes. Yeah. It was.
Yes,
Remember, this coyote was alive, alert. I've got footage of it. This thing is alive. It's alert. It's just like you're just paralyzed.
Oh yeah. When I heard your story, I said, I thought to myself, that goes right along with the hypothesis I'm working right now.
Okay. Do you think that they're working together? And you guys, Steve and Pat and Leon, do you think these things are possibly working with coyotes Are they a food source? Are they something they're observing, or something the coyotes are following the Bigfoot?
I don't know. You're asking a guy who saw a Sasquatch in the back of a moose. So
In the back of a what? Yeah.
A moose. So,
You serious?
yeah, I'm serious. It wasn't an adult though; it was a juvenile. So,
And
it was more. Yeah, it was younger than a juvenile. It was more of a toddler size. So,
riding the moose?
Well, I wasn't riding. I was hanging around with it, and I didn't mention it to anybody for quite a few years till I bumped into Thomas Steenberg, and we were chatting one time, and I didn't have a context to share it with anybody until, of course, YouTube came on, and then you started seeing all these animals that aren't from the same species taking care of each other.
Yeah.
You know, and so that gave me a bit of a context, at least a precedent to say, maybe that's what I was watching. Maybe a moose lost its calf. Maybe a moose found a toddler Sasquatch. Maybe somehow they hung out with each other, seen it in the clear day, sunshine in the middle of a lake. So it wasn't a story you share with anybody because they're going to say, oh, yeah.
I haven't heard the story. I mean, I don't have to get into great detail, but was...
I'll share with you another time if you don't mind, Doug.
Okay. All right.
That's all right.
So,
you know, symbiotic.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if my area is to figure out what type of brain they have. So, you know, can they swim? Yes. Can they swim underwater? Well, that's important.
yeah,
They can swim underwater. That means they have the capacity, or their brains developed that it has the capacity for language, because you need to be able to control your breathing if you're going to have language.
Well, hooded nose too, man.
Right. Well, that's the other thing of it too. But the more we can discover, do they have a higher conscience availability, like Pat was talking about with the mirror exercise? Can they recognize themselves as being not, or seeing themselves like dolphins can, elephants can, magpies can? Or do they have a conscious availability to rationally process, think, and assess? Or are they acting out of an instinctual style of brain thinking? And, you know, that's what I like about Patrick. I certainly think Steve's absolutely brilliant with the way his thinking process works. And I think it helps us all move forward a lot more if we can get rid of some of the craziness that a lot of us took hook, line, and sinker as well when we came on, because we have trusting regulators. And we're kind of hoping that what we're hearing online has somewhat been factually vetted. But to our dismay, we found out as time moved on, that's not what we walked into at all. But the nice thing is we're starting to work together, network with the right channels to, again, kind of ask the right questions. I like, you know, the way you guys are talking tonight is just about interesting ideas. Heaven forbid we sit around and talk about interesting ideas, you know, or try to up the other. You know, I'm just shutting up here, just listening.
Yeah.
Steve's just listening.
I can do it every show.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't do that usually, Doug. I'm the talker on the show, trust me. So I like listening to people who know what they're saying, and I can hear and sense why you're thinking the way you're thinking, because I'm also reading your body language as you're talking. And that's what I did with Patrick for 3 hours. You know, I don't find fault in Patrick. I can't find any deception in regards to him trying to pull something over on me. He's an honest guy talking about an honest experience that he's honestly having. So
yeah, I didn't doubt him at all. I was just
I didn't think you did. I didn't
about his skill set is so.
Yeah, totally. Like on our team, we have a Raw Skills Bushcraft, Nick Evans, and he's a Raw Skills guy as well. And we also have a skeptic we bring on board, and they're all got the rhythm of the bush in them, and that's what we're looking for. I mean, there's no better thing.
I studied bushcraft for years in books, but never got a chance to ever practice much of it.
Right.
If any of it, you know what I mean.
But at least you can recognize it as from a Squatch or not a Squatch, I bet, eh?
Yeah, it's just, you know, I keep thinking, my brain keeps going back to these just things as simple as a figure 4 trap, you know. Or just tripwires. I met a naval SEAL guy here, I don't know, 4 years back, and he was telling me some of this stuff, some of his skill set, and I was just like, wow.
Did you talk to him about Bigfoot?
Sure, of course.
Did you challenge him to take on a Bigfoot?
Yeah, of course.
What did he say?
He agreed, but, you know, he wants to get paid.
Yeah, I know. Where we go with the funding. Yep.
Yeah, it's funding. He's got a day job.
So he was like, "Oh yeah, if they're out there, I'll get them."
Yeah, I don't know. He was pretty humble, but
Okay.
he was explaining his skill set. It was pretty amazing.
I've always thought that an interesting experiment. If I took a squad of Navy SEALs to put up against just one Bigfoot, what would the result be?
Yeah.
It's never been tried. Again, it would be funding, right? But I would say, hey guys, we'll document it and we'll cut you in on the action. So like sort of sweat equity, is my my whole angle there. Yeah.
I was thinking of having all you guys kidnapped.
We could do that too.
Boom, you'll just wake up somewhere in Minnesota.
Yes, please do that. I would actually appreciate that. Actually,
I teach knife only survival, so I'm probably okay. But
it's just really, we do need an A team of people.
Yeah, we talked about that before too.
We've talked about that.
It's just
regional areas that have a team that can get there instantaneously. Again, when Matt Moneymaker, I won't go on to harp on about that. That was such a disappointment. I don't think he was expecting that he had a team, and we're not just a normal team.
Matt, so.
Yeah, so we're trained pretty good with getting on site and knowing what we're looking for, and so that's what's needed. And I think you're right. I mean, the idea at one point there has to be a shift online in regards to, and I think it's coming, where people are going to be tired of the narration that's been there because there's really no meat and potatoes to it,
right,
which is going to draw us up into a higher standard, which is what we're needing. And when that starts happening and people start coalescing and asking the right questions and realizing that we're going to be, somebody who studies systems, that whole thing with Matt, that was just the capping of 5 years of research I was doing on the Bigfoot as a community as a system that just basically said, if the president of BFRO is not going to do due diligence, who else will be doing it? Nobody will be doing it. They don't have to do it because it's more about a belief system than it is about actual experiential. Like actually having experienced, we were talking about this the other day too, the difference between somebody who believes they're experiencing a Sasquatch compared to somebody who has experienced a Sasquatch. When you're interviewing those style of witnesses, is very distinct on which one has compared to which one believes.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, unfortunately, are really hoping. They come online, they get kind of caught into the culture of it, the idea of it, and they're listening. It's just like a church system or anything else. You start picking up the parroting of the ideology that's in the system, which makes you feel like you own it more. But as time moves forward, that Dunning-Kruger thing kicks in, and you still believe that you're sincere, but you forget that you can be sincerely wrong, depending on what your belief system is about the topic.
So what is your opinion, Leon, of people who, have them approach me, and I try to be nice to everybody, but they'll send you blurry, blown up, zoomed in photos of branches and tree stumps and shadows, and you're just like, I don't even know what to say to them.
Well, I kind of go with Thomas Steenberg because I know him quite well on that. And he says, look, you might have saw a Sasquatch, but this is not good enough evidence. Yeah. It doesn't matter even if you did see it. It's not helping out the cause. Like
that's what I do, but then you get another one and another one.
Look, they're out there in dump truck forms, Travis. Like, and I'm not kidding you. It's dump truck forms. And that's what's so taxing is if the standard channels can start coming up, and that's what we've been working behind the scenes to do for the last year and a half or so, is to get a standard out there that once the standard's higher and the educational value is higher, the interest in people coming and watching those channels is going to start either causing a conflict for the other channels that want to stay low resolutional thinking, because culturally in Western culture right now, we're suffering from a severe case of low resolutional thinking. What I feel means it's fact. No, it doesn't. What I feel, because it feels like a good feeling, means it's actually truthful. No, it doesn't mean that. It means that you believe something, and it's becoming a belief system. But if you're looking for I'll go back. Sorry about that. I just got off work, so my brain's kind of a little fried a little bit. But when the reason why the scientific method, not the scientific method, is so important is science helps you stay solid in your psyche because it's factually based. So if you don't have a factual based belief system, then you have a psychological imbalance. You don't know anything for sure. And that, I mean, when we talk about conspiracy oriented thinking, well, that develops in your system between 4 to 7 years old. You don't just have it. If you come from a family system where nothing's consistent, nothing's predictable, nothing's trusting, well, yeah, you're not going to trust the government by the time you're an adult. Now, that's a programming system that's already running subconsciously in your system. And then you get to an adult, and if this system's just right, as Jung said, the biggest threat to humanity isn't nature, it's ourselves. Because of us going into a or what's the word I'm looking for, Steve?
Mass psychosis?
Thank you, buddy. A mass psychosis. And it is possible that all the birds are flying the wrong direction, unfortunately. And that's a scary thing. When all the birds start flying the wrong direction and you're flying against them, they're hitting you all the time. And you're trying to say, hey, you're going to, and they're not going to listen to you at all because everyone's caught in this ideology because it's community as well, or it's interpreted as a community and a bonding of community. And then you become one of the other, again, from the invasion of the body snatchers, as Steve says, the fingers pointed, and that, you're not one of the pod people. You don't believe what we believe.
Well, it's taken us this long to get an electrical engineer, a clinical educational person, a primitive survival skills person, and a FAA certified drone pilot together that has the right mindset to vet information and be certain of what they're saying or doing, or at least willing to, submit it for a peer review or other form.
Agreed.
Well, I think it goes back to what Steve and I have got planned in the back coming up here, hopefully fairly soon. We're going to bring the academics on, the PhDs, the doctorates. We're going to bring them in. We're going to tell them, what do you need from citizen researchers? What are we doing wrong? We're going to bring in the people who've studied the Bigfoot community as well, because it's good to hear from people who are objective. If you're in the system, you're not objective. It's hard not to drink the Kool-Aid, even for me who does kind of undercover stuff in cults and stuff. I mean, you're trying not to take too much of the Kool-Aid in, because if you're in that system too long, eventually the system will overtake you, because systems have their own power or kind of a force to them. And you're in there long enough, we call it the cult stare. It's when a person is just about to drink the Kool-Aid of the cult because they've been influenced by the cult, and they actually look out the window and they have this indifference look and a blank look in their eye. And that is just before they either choose to, I'm in 100%, because they don't have their psychological capacity to fight anymore, because they're looking for a reprieve from the anxiety the cult actually produces with inside of their physical, emotional, and psychological system. And so they'll give in, or they make a run for it. And I just finished being in one for 3.5 months and having to take out 5 guys out of the system that were in the system, plus probably almost all of the administration staff that finally got, this is a cult. I can't just tell you that. I have to work with inside of the system. So you learn it from your inside out. So they recognize the epiphany and the revelation that there's something really wrong here. And as the Bigfoot community, as a system, there's something very, very wrong here. Do we want to know what we're looking at? Do we want to know the facts of what we're looking at? Because if we do, it's not showing very well in the data in regards to what the system's actually doing.
Some of us do, a lot don't. That's
right. No, and that's the key part for why we're all doing this. It's about education. It's not about being right and having 100,000 people watching our channels. We're not on. None of us on here. Not a single one of us on here are here for the subscribers. But we appreciate all the subscribers we have. So,
no, I can only hope that this discussion tonight budded 100 people, just 100 would be like amazing to like consider Doug's ideas for, you could use some low budget stuff in ways you never thought of.
100%.
And then Patrick adding to that, say, hey, I dug a hole in the embankment, whatever, 100 people, then we just broaden the net times that factor. I think, obviously. Yeah.
It's true. I'm, I just, I'm always encouraged when more and more people like you guys just keep joining. And of course, there's more and more people doing it. They're interested in the topic. They feel there's something worth studying, but they're still not ready to peek their head out or join a group publicly or talk about it. But
Right.
it's still very encouraging, you know.
Well, one thing, Doug, you must have noticed too is the quality of YouTube documentaries coming out on Bigfoot in the last 5 years, just by like channel guys who are doing channels. I mean, it's just gone, the quality's just gone way up. So that tells you there's something happening behind the scenes in this system. So if the visual qualities are getting up and more people are focusing on their editing skills and stuff like that, that means there's a upper deck starting to develop, and that'll start cascading, doing a cascade effect across the other way people are actually looking at this whole topic. Because after a while, you're not getting anything. Everything's the same stuff. Like I've seen the finger pointing, Sasquatch, Sasquatch structure, Sasquatch, blah, blah, blah. But okay, I get that. But how do we know this?
Yeah.
You know, I mentioned a few times that, you know, the Bigfoot system is a good system to study because in Western culture, it's really only about 50 years old. So you can go back to the Four Horsemen, the Hinde and all those guys, and you can see where the ideas all came from. And then the people who built on those ideas. And then when the woo starts showing up in the system. So you can kind of have an understanding of how people were led through narrations and belief systems of how we got to where we are today. Now, the question is it really helping us today? And every system, I don't care what it is, religious systems, doesn't matter, work systems, you have to evaluate. You have to stop every quarter and reevaluate to find out whether or not you're on the right target and whether or not the building blocks that you're building on are solid, so that you're not being scientifical, taking ideas up here and putting them down as facts down here, because that just muddies the water. So
yeah, and don't you agree, Leon, that we don't know anything?
Well, we do know that there's something big roaming the bush that seems to leave tracks. That's what I know.
That's what I mean.
You know, but as far as what they do and that, no, that's the whole thing about. I'm sorry, I'm harping on the moneymaker thing, but it's such a bad thing. If those tracks were the best Sasquatch tracks of 2020 in all of North America, and they're up in our area in a knee-deep snow, we would have been able to follow them for miles. I would have got a chopper up there. We would have followed this thing. We'd have found out so much information, where they bedded down, where they took out animals, where they came from, where they headed to. This is the thing that drives me nuts, is this automatic claim of automatic claims of things without vetting the information and not even showing people how to find out. One of the videos I'm working on right now is how do you find out what's at the bottom of a snow track? And that's what we did with the witnesses when we were up there. We literally showed them, including our skeptic. We got him to do excavation down, move towards the track in the snow. Because it wouldn't have been fantastic to have the skeptic go, holy shit, you guys, you're right. Having a nice 18-foot, 20-foot track at the bottom. Because snow-covered tracks is the best thing you could have.
Yeah, of course.
Because it protects the track at the bottom. And I don't know why people just like, well, this looks like, well, it's easy to find it. So I hope to show people because it's helpful for people. And I wish that's what more channels would do. And I hope that's what Patrick starts doing. Steve's already trying to do that from his angle. So is to explain things so people can be educated who are watching, because that's the people we're looking for. Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, to paint a picture of my perceptions and how I've witnessed and perceived the Bigfoot phenomenon as a whole is as in America, if you're in an area that is affected by hog explosions, like down in my area, you know, in the southern United States, I'm finding more smaller tracks. So, you know, I have to, you know, I have to be very careful with this. I don't want to label it, but when you're finding smaller tracks, then that means that breeding is going on.
More breeding.
Okay. So there's a higher population in areas of these beings where there are greater food sources that are in greater abundance, more than there ever have been.
Right.
So in the southern United States, these things are a little more common than I think they are up towards the northern United States or Canada, due to the lack of population boom of game. So, if you map that out further south, the more population density there is. And inside those population densities in the south, you don't have these grand land masses of hundreds of square mile areas for these things to roam. They are confined to national forest and wildlife management areas. And inside those areas, they have a topography and a land barriers of a barrier system, so that you don't just walk in on them. And that's where they set up their home at. And everything in between there and around is a shared area that they share with you, using their own skill sets, their eyesight, their sense of smell, their speed, in accomplishing setting up a barrier to keep you away from them and perceiving them, and managing that, what they need, as well as you coming in and sharing the area, and they manage that where you can come and do your thing and leave, and then they can still use the land and survive. And that is a cursory overview of what I've seen, what I've witnessed, and what I perceive, and is the main focus of hypothesis that I'm working on, and looking for better questions to have better hypotheses off of.
Right. So Steve, I can certainly tell you've got to be the more skeptical, because you haven't seen one, or have you?
I've seen one at a fair distance, and I had a fairly close encounter in basically total darkness, and I was blinded still by the dome light in the car that I was sitting in.
Okay.
But one actually shoved the car I was sitting in.
I'm just curious. Give me. Okay, we have all these little, we have the hypothesis, or you can call them a theory. Can you just spout out a laundry list of what we think we might know?
Well,
and the ones that this group would agree with?
Well, I'm going to reword what Leon said just a little bit. There is something out there that is leaving big tracks. We don't know what it is. We don't know how big it is. We assume it's big because it leaves big tracks. But there is something out there that leaves tracks, and not just tracks, but it leaves other imprints. There are hand prints, there are leg prints, there are butt prints. Some of these can be disputed. They're far more rare than the footprint tracks. There are things that leave hair, and that hair does not express DNA in the core of the hair. A lot of human hair does not. You can tell primate hair fairly easily from most other animals, but it's hard to distinguish primate hair between one species of primate and another. There's a lot of hair that are primate hair, but they don't quite appear to be human hair in their morphology. What's leaving them behind? Something's got to be leaving them behind.
Never been cut.
Yes. Have you heard Cindy Dawson's theory? Obviously, she hasn't examined every Bigfoot hair, but on a lot of the hair, she said that there may be less scaling around the diameter.
I've seen that in some of what she said. I've been trying to catch up with anything that she may have published.
Yeah. Just to me, that's absolutely fascinating. I mean, couldn't there be one little thing like that could just break this thing wide open? Let's just say consistently, I've got a bag of hair here.
Mm-hmm.
We're just saying what if. We're just doing what if, dumb question, what ifs. What if I had 10 bags of hair, and each one has only got 5 scales around the diameter, but yet every human that we test has always got 6 or 7. Do you know what I'm saying? Just some little tiny.
But that Doug, doesn't tell us what that hair is from.
No, exactly.
Well, I think what's coming down the pike right now that's going to make a hell of a difference is environmental DNA, because it can do a whole section of an area, a whole region of an area.
But to get back to what you just said, we don't have any DNA to compare it to.
No, well, that's actually we do. Go ahead, Steve. Take this one.
Yeah, we don't need DNA to compare that to. What we need to see is DNA that has similarities to existing creatures on the phylogenetic tree, but that doesn't match anything that we actually have on the tree right now.
That is extremely expensive sequencing that no one in the DNA world wants to touch.
No, that's not true.
Thanks, Doug. I was about to jump on him too on that one.
Really? I mean, who?
That's not true.
Who?
I have conversations.
The whole genome work is pretty expensive. It requires the supercomputers to splice the sequences together.
Yeah, it's deep sequencing. And as far as I know, no one's doing that. Yeah.
Well, I've got labs that are willing to do 3 million base pairs from as few as cells as 2 or 3. But it's all the stuff that's going to drop to the bottom that needs the data to be analyzed. What's that going to cost? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's deep sequencing.
I talk to probably the best DNA lab every week, literally almost every week, only because we're working on another project. And we don't talk about Bigfoot. It's pretty much crime stuff, but...
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant it was a crime stuff to talk about Bigfoot.
No, but they are willing to talk about Bigfoot. I have had the Bigfoot conversation. We have broached it. We've talked about it at depth. But it's a confusing issue. So let's just say we do get a great hair follicle. We do get nuclear DNA off it. We get the entire genome. We do the whole damn thing. But then what do you do next? It's still that problem.
That will, if that happened, Doug, it would be published immediately. I mean,
and then you get the funding, and then you get the funding, and then you get the academics, and that's what we're needing. It's not about the academics. Again, we were talking about dump trucks. Think of all the guys who are on the shows that you've dealt with that are DNA specialists. It's not that they don't want to find a Sasquatch. Who wouldn't as a DNA expert? But when you're sending garbage after garbage after garbage after garbage after garbage, it does taint your brain, kind of like working as a policeman. If you're dealing with people who are garbagey all day long, it kind of taints your worldview a little bit. So go ahead, Steve.
And it's a taboo subject. So not all labs will work into
most
that
labs most labs would love to be part of a new discovery.
Sure, but when you say Bigfoot, Steve, like that's immediate turnoff. They're not gonna waste the time.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. It's about money. They don't care. They're gonna get their money. They're not gonna.
Part of the problem, though. But part of the big problem is you still got to tell them you got to give them some clue as to what they're dealing with, because if they do have to amplify it, they have to know what markers, which things to amplify it with. Do they amplify it with primate? Do they amplify it with human? I mean, raccoon?
It's going to be too close to human, obviously. I mean, biped, hominid. It's definitely going to be in the human branch. I've been
working with people talking about doing this, and the first step is a broad a generic primer that brings out just a few genes in the mitochondrial DNA to just identify all of the species that are present in the eDNA sample.
Right.
If there's anything that's relatively close to human, and there's no other primate in that, if there's some other primate, you want to explore that for sure.
Yep.
If all you see is human, you want to explore that in greater depth to see if there are any deviations from human at all.
And that's what
you also want to try to pull out 3 or 4 nuclear genes. Once you have a species identification from the mitochondrial, you know what kind of primers you probably want to use for the nuclear DNA.
Yep.
to bring out a couple of genes there.
Yeah, there's a, and this gets. I mean, this is above my pay grade, guys. But
Mine too.
I've listened to Meldrum talk about this, and the way he describes it, in layman's terms, is really eloquent. I'll say is that there's 100 more doors you need to open that nobody's willing to open. Basically, is what he's saying.
Well, I don't know if it's not that they're not. I don't. Yeah. Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
No, it just takes money.
Yeah, I don't think it's not that they're not willing to open them. It's just that we have to provide them with something that's worth opening.
Exactly.
And so it's not scientists are not sitting there like talking to a science guy the other day there, and he's just saying, "Are you kidding me? You know how famous I would be if I came across if you Leon dropped off some stuff that I could prove a Sasquatch is real." Like, yeah,
and the problem is I don't have anything that's been vetted that high.
Right.
That I want to take $5,000 of my own money.
Yeah.
And throw it, and then have them come back with some goobly gobbly answer, and I'm like, I feel like an idiot. I just threw $5,000 in the garbage.
Yeah.
But how do you get something so vetted that you'd feel like, let's go for it? Let's give them the.
Well, I think that's coming down the pike. I mean, again, think of the world that we all been in for the last, well, I'll just say for 5 years for me. I mean, this particular capacity for this particular system, even though it means well, is not working. It's not working at all. It feels good, and it's become a community, and it's got this kind of force of its own that's moving through there. But it's certainly not the scientific method. So the more people online that we can educate about the scientific methods so we can collect data correctly and actually find out what is it the academics need from us, then that will be much more helpful. It helps that Patrick's out in the bush, Nick from Roskill's out in the bush, Justin from Mountain Beast is out in the bush, people who are used to being out in the bush for big chunks of time. We need those. I'm getting old. I can't be in the bush. I'm not a gazelle. I'm 57, fatter. I'm a smoker. I can't do the bush stuff I used to do when I was younger, And I live in British Columbia, thousands of square miles, mountains. It's not that easy for me to navigate that stuff. But the good thing is to get reports to come in, get to the report as quickly as possible. Stop contaminating the environment when you get there, because that's what Bigfoot people do all the time. We got a sighting, it's right over there. They go right to the area instead of quartering out the area, move into the direction of wherever the sighting was, so you cannot not disturb anything. That would be helpful. And then learn how to actually cordon off an area and grid out an area to look for data and stuff. Now, Patrick has an interesting, and Patrick, I will let you answer here, has an interesting area to me, because I have a lot of questions that I asked Patrick about. And because it seems to be a higher
concentration.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Why there? Now that I would, and I don't know his area. I'm not interested in sticking my nose in his area. It's his personal area. But I would certainly be looking at a lot of the geography of that area.
Lots of water, lots of food.
Well, there's lots of water and a lot of food everywhere. But why there?
It's more concentrated, I would say.
Yeah, but what is more concentrated? The valleys, the perimeters, the boundaries of the area? I don't know. And Patrick, I'm not asking you to define that here.
Has the area been logged? Has the area been logged, Patrick? Do you work at one point?
There are both areas that have active logging and old growth areas. But the answer to that question is we just had a probably 100 miles from me, a news station got on there and said we are having such a hog problem. I'm talking thousands of head of wild hogs. The farmers here are hiring high school kids to just lay them down with AR-15s and let them run.
Yep.
Okay, thousands of
heads it's an amazing food source.
And
big time.
They're yummy.
Also, I had a question.
I like eating ham.
Since I'm sitting right here looking at him, I want to ask a question. What was your personal highlight in dealing within this phenomenon and making film about it?
Me? Oh, God. There's so many of them, really, to be honest. Because I've always been a researcher first. I got started in just taking my own money and building a big, crazy, complex camera and putting it, saying, hey, my dream is to put this at the bottom of Lake Superior.
And he did.
And I would talk enough people into it to help me. Next thing you know, I got divers talked into it, and this guy, and next thing you know, I got all these people working on this project. But that's where my passion's at. So, and of course I had, saw my own Bigfoot tracks up in the Arctic. You just get passionate, and so I'm a filmmaker last. Does that make any sense? So
Yes.
to me, when I did Monster Quest, to me it was just a way to get funding, to get questions answered. But the problem with doing a TV show like that is I can't keep on the same topic. I would have loved Monster Quest if we could have just stayed on Bigfoot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And had the kind of budget where they're like, no. Just keep doing them at that one place. Just keep doing research there. And, that would have been the best. But not for the viewership. So it's a compromise. But to me, Snell stands out as something I think about every day. Obviously very proud of, getting, having success with the giant squid. But I don't know, I would say Snell. Being at Snell and having a rock thrown at you and knowing you're with some scientists. Knowing that you don't know what's going to happen. And then, the disappointment of maybe nothing great happening, but yet that hope that you had at that moment where you're like, all the possibilities just go in my brain, thinking, oh my God, Meldrum and Kurt and me, we might get thermal footage as we're standing together.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Bigfoot, you know what I mean? Your brain gets full of hope. And I've always been a very, pretty optimistic. And I'm like a 12-year-old, that way.
That's good.
And I'm very passionate about learning things, and I'm not I don't ever consider myself a smart person, but I consider myself one full of questions. I used to drive my dad literally crazy. Thank God he was patient enough to sit me and just answer. He would take so much time with me and just, if I had a question of how a car ran, he'd spend the entire day with me showing me everything. He'd start tearing apart the engine on the family car to show me the valves and the, and this and that. And so he was great that way. Other than that, he just let you roam, let you do whatever you wanted to, never bother you. But I would drive him crazy with questions. So I don't know. I think it's those moments when you're full of hope, everything seems perfect, and you just got all that hope. Maybe today will be the day that we'll do something historic.
That's sweet.
That's it.
That's pretty sweet. Yeah.
And I've done a lot of crazy things, and I've spent a lot of my own money doing crazy things, and been let down a lot. I just got let down by a big network on something big I was working on. But you're filled with hope up until that moment. And, just meeting you guys is pretty cool.
Thanks.
I'm excited. I'm hoping that we can talk offline and put our heads together.
Yeah, well, these two guys, Pat's off doing something right now, but these two guys, no kidding, it's taken me 5 years to find the right people. Thomas Steenberg is another fellow that he saved me from some insanity. That's
Tom Steenberg is just like the Mr. Practical.
Oh, totally. And he knows all the history, and he doesn't forget anything, and he walks through witnesses right till they die, like after their deaths. He knows the families, knows how everyone dies. He knows, like, as far as a researcher goes, I mean, he's got to be one of the best for data collecting and retaining the information.
Yeah.
As I get older, I'm noticing I don't have the brain wittiness and sharpness I once had, so, but
I know the whole thing is, and then it's a time factor. I mean, I've got 6 kids. They all live around here, and I got to, deal with them and houses and, lawns and bushes and You know, I mean, we all got to deal with all the everyday crap, the insurance bills and all the bills. It would be great to have enough money to not have to deal with all that stuff. But unfortunately, I've never been there. And so I have a limited amount of time. It's like my son. He would go bigfooting every single week, all day, every day. But he only gets a weekend every once in a while to be able to go, and he wants to make it count. You know, just like I do. I get less and less time every year, it seems. But it's
Patrick,
really,
did you have another question?
I had another thought, but Doug just kind of, I was listening to Doug and I lost it. I was mesmerized, you know.
Well, I have two. One, I'd like to back up to your actor recreating Patty's walk.
Yep.
Among the factors you examined there, did you look at body ratios, leg to arm ratio, upper arm to lower arm, things like that?
No, we didn't, because there's no human like that.
I was about
That's
to say.
the problem. That's the problem, Steve. You're dealing with a longer torso. I can't find a bodybuilder with a long torso. I'd have to go to some island in Borneo, and maybe there's 1 out of 5,000 guys there in Borneo that got that long. You know what I mean? So we couldn't do that. But what we were looking for were the leg. I was interested in the leg positions in this bizarre gait that I can't seem to get anybody excited about the gait. There's more than a compliant bent knee gait going on. This thing is doing this. Its hips are doing this. And if we could just, and I've documented it, and I've had, what do you call it? Biomechanics experts agree with me. But then there it ends. What do I do with it? I really am fascinated by what's going on with this. I call it, it's almost swimming with its legs. Does that make sense?
A lot of people, when they see a Bigfoot walking, they say it glided,
floated, blah blah blah. Yeah,
like a cross country skier.
Yep. It depends what angle you're looking at. You know.
Well, the thing is, when they run, they're very choppy. Their feet hit the ground twice as fast as mine do when they run.
And are they running with one foot in front of the other like their tracks?
No, it's just they're very strange. Their legs don't go behind them. You know, it's like they stomp and move forward, and then that leg will pick up, but it picks up at a different angle than what ours does. It doesn't go way back. It just kind of picks up.
Yeah, it doesn't. So it doesn't fully.
They're doing a high leg lift.
Yeah,
it's almost like little kids.
Okay, all right. So I've got a story. I don't know what it was. I was with my son Blaine. He was young. We were driving along. It's a road called North Shore Trail on Third Lake of Forest Lake. Late at night, I'd run out of smokes. I wanted to go to the store or milk or something. They said, "Hey, you want to come with?" Because we'd go out and look for animals and deer at night. He was always willing. So get in the car. We're driving on the way back. Come around a corner, and there is this. I don't even know how to describe it. Probably about 4 foot tall, whitish creature, definitely covered in hair. It's in my headlights. It's been drizzling, so there's a lot of glare off the moisture. But when it comes in front of my car, and it's definitely on 2 legs, it does this boom, 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 boom. Like it's so inefficient, the walk or run. I don't know what it was. But yeah, it came in front of the car, but it was going up and down more than it was moving forward, it seemed. And then it leaped over a guardrail, and we both saw it run down the bank of the lake, kind of a hill to the lake. Clear as day. And to this day, it doesn't fit any description of anything I saw. I told Matt Moneymaker that story. When me and Matt were driving around one night, he goes, "I think you saw a juvenile squatch." I don't know. I don't know what the hell it was. I know it was on 2 legs. I know it did this weird Does that ring any bells with you, Patrick?
The one I saw running was equivalent to of about a 15 or 16-year-old girl. So she wasn't full grown.
Okay.
But her legs didn't work like mine. Her legs, okay, I took off running, and then I hear her legs start up. And then she catches me. And she's beside me, and her feet are hitting the ground twice as fast as mine. But I'm running, and my legs are stretched. I'm going. Her legs are under her, going slightly behind her, but more in front of her. It's every step, and it's twice as fast. But she's extremely fast.
Yeah, but you had mentioned this up and down motion.
Yeah, it's well, the legs just run really rough. They were rough running. Coming through the woods, they sound like a freight train.
So running rough, walking smooth.
Yeah, I've seen them walk smooth, quiet, efficiently. I mean, they're extremely quiet, extremely quick, just walking. But what chased me, because I'm telling you, for a fat boy, I was moving. I was pumped up and scared. I was really moving.
And this thing chased you, Patrick?
Yeah, she chased me.
Oh,
well,
I'd say followed.
She stalked me. She paralleled me and stalked me for a while, up this hill. And then when I figured out that she did the math in her head that we're going to intercept in this dim road, I freaked out. And so, and I was already freaked as it was. And so when she paused to see which direction I was going on this road, I jumped out and took off running. Well, she runs out to the edge of the road and scuffs her feet on the ground like a kid that didn't get his way. And by that time, I'm 15 yards. I'm seeing this. I'm looking back, seeing this. I put my rifle in my hand, and I am gone. And I make, 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards, getting away from her. And I hear her legs go, and she's right beside me now.
Wow.
In just a few seconds.
Yeah, people report the running speed is amazing. Sounds like Bugs Bunny, when they have that quick running that happens to them. They just all of a sudden motor, and it's just like, and they're gone.
That's exactly how it happened. Her legs started up, and then boom, she was gone, but extremely fast. It looks inefficient. It looks crazy, because I remember looking.
Well, how did it look? You said it looks inefficient.
Her legs weren't. It's not. How a cheetah stretches out. Yeah. It's using its entire body running. Right. I stretch out, and I'm using my entire lower body running. It seemed like she was pretty much just using legs and some hip, a little hip, and mostly legs. Yeah. But it's just. And then she's 12 feet to my left side in broad daylight running, and she's running through these wispy branches, and her fingers are longer, her hands are longer, forearm to wrist is longer, shoulder to elbow is longer, and she's slapping these green things out of the way like this as she's running through the brush, right there for a mile.
Jeez.
So their legs do move differently.
That's those are some pretty amazing observations.
Yeah.
I was scared to death. I'm not gonna lie.
For good reason. Yeah, totally. If I go off screen, sorry guys, I'm just letting you know, the reason why I'm going off screen is that bear's back. So I got to keep an eye on my horses. So I'm periodically going off screen to go make sure he's not roaming around the horses.
What kind of bear you got back there?
I have a very big black bear, probably 600-pound boar black bear out here. He's a beauty. Pound? He's a beauty, boy.
600-pound black bear?
Oh yeah, he's a big boy. I haven't seen one that big out here for a while. 400, yeah, not 600.
You got any firecrackers?
Oh yeah. No. We leave the bears alone here. They've never harmed anybody. We don't mind them being around. We're not scared of them. But if they cause a problem for the horses, the horses just get worked up. So I got to kind of.
So what is it looking for in your property? You got bird feeder?
Well, we have orchards here.
Oh.
Remember how you talked about wanting to go somewhere to retire and just enjoy beautiful? Well, it's like 90 degrees today, total sunshine. The whole week's going to be 90 degrees. We have orchards, beautiful lakes. It's a paradise of all of Canada. This is the place to live. It's warmer than Washington State. So it's quite it's for sure. We have lots of millionaires up in our area.
Yeah,
So,
that does sounds
Yeah.
really. Where do you live, Steve?
I'm kind of near Seattle, Washington. If you know the area, Renton, but
A little bit, I do.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that town. And Patrick's in Louisiana.
yeah.
Yep. Hmm.
And Pat, you're out east.
I'm in North Georgia.
Yeah, North Georgia.
At the beginning of the Appalachian chain.
We're the real coast to coast show.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Doug, where are you from?
Oh, Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I'm right here, right on the kind of on the very close to Wisconsin. St. Croix River divides Minnesota and Wisconsin. I'm probably 30 miles from Wisconsin.
From the border.
Yeah, from the border. Yep.
So my second question that I've been sitting on here is there still any DNA in the freezer from Snow Grove Lake?
Don't know. Everybody's asked that. I tried to call Kurt Nelson over and over again to ask him that very question. I can't get a hold of anybody.
That's suspicious.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And Jeff, I have not been able to get that answer from Jeff. Why don't you one of you guys pose that to Jeff?
Sure.
Because I mean, we didn't have fat tissue, and it was fat. Whether it was from a Bigfoot, who knows? But it was definitely fat tissue and muscle tissue. You could clearly see that.
Huh.
And you gave it all to them?
They were scientists. I didn't keep any. They had, like 5 of those tubes, and they had them between their fingers, those plastic collection tubes, and they left with them. Yeah. But I think the nail board's probably still in the shed if you want to go back.
Yeah,
sure.
Hey, can we go up there? And,
It might not actually be too late for that.
No, it might not be. I don't think they use it anymore. I don't know. The last time I went there, the cabin did get attacked. The last 2 times we went there, it did. But
Really?
I got a couple people to talk to. There might be someone interested in that nail board.
Yep.
Yeah. Should still be in the shed. It's actually a screw board.
Yeah.
That's why it pulled off so much flesh. Something did step on that. And you could only imagine stepping on screws, with the threads, what it's going to do.
Yeah, I cringed when I saw that.
Yeah. And everybody goes, I've gotten hate letters like, why did you leave that? I didn't leave that screw board out. That was put there by the people that actually own the cabin as a deterrent for a bear. They didn't expect anything to step on that thing. A bear would.
Right.
Don't you agree, Leon? A black bear would never step on a screw board. Don't you agree?
Well, I think, at first he
would feel it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You might step on it once.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think he would feel it once and maybe put a little pressure, but he'd be out you and we'll leave it alone. Animals are a lot smarter. So if this thing if it was a Bigfoot that stepped on it, it would have had to come around the back, put its leg up on the porch, and then shift its weight. The only way we can think of that it would have done that.
Huh.
By a weight shift, because it's just the perfect height, the porch. And if it would have come around from the backside with the wooded area and put its foot up and just, because it's gone up there numerous times. I've been there when the thing's been on the porch.
Well,
I don't
for
think
me-
bears throw picnic tables across the, these are,
Yeah.
we've just had so many interesting things happen up there, peeing right outside the window that I thought was my buddy until all of a sudden I heard the picnic table go sliding across the whole porch. And then I looked out the thing and I could still see the locks in the door, the butter knives we'd put in the door. And then all of a sudden, boom, it throws something heavy at the cabin and then everything's gone. By then it's gone. And here your whole time you're like, oh, once again, I could have just opened the curtain and there would have been. But I didn't want to open the curtain when my buddy's peeing off, outside my window. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, how do you rationalize that? You know, exactly what do you rationalize that as?
What?
That experience, you know,
It's just got to be a curious Bigfoot. We always peed off this one corner, you know, because we're too scared to go. Sorry, we are. We're all just too afraid to go down to that outhouse out in the woods. And so if you got to pee in the middle of the night, you go out on the porch and you pee off the porch, and there's just one area. Well, that's where one night we're sitting there and we're hearing all this peeing off that porch, but it kept going and going and going. And about the time I was about ready to, you know, thinking that ain't Joe, because Joe was the only one drinking that particular night. We figured it was Joe. You know, in fact, we shaved his mustache off that night because he'd been drinking so much. Right,
That's
so we figured he's going to wake up and his mustache is going to be gone. It's not a bad trick. Okay. But
that's
anyhow,
hilarious.
so we heard the peeing off the porch and we thought, well, it's got to be Joe. He sobered up. He's got to go pee. And then all of a sudden, the whole picnic table just goes boom. And that picnic table's heavy. There's no way a person could do it. There's not a chance.
Next time, put a pan down there. All of you piss in the pan, and if it'll come and piss there too, and then take that to get DNA.
DNA.
There you go.
100%, because it's marking the territory. That's what it's doing.
That's what we figured. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
totally.
what it was doing. Yeah.
Well, not only that, but it's respecting your marker.
Yeah, totally.
But then why did it throw the rod? The last time we were there, it threw the rod case. And it got everybody up that was sleeping still. They all got up instantly. It was that loud.
I remember
When
that.
they throw something at a cabin, I mean, it's not done with a little bit of, you know, clunk. It's kaboom and everything reverberates, you know.
Oh, that would be something. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Exhilaratingly terrifying at the same time.
You have never had a problem at your house. Go out and wood knock. Just do one wood knock. I dare you, Leon.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I don't see them as a threat. The difference for the Okanagan, we don't have them. No, there's no report here of them ever being a threat. We have hundreds of reports.
No, it's just they'll come around maybe and be curious about your house. Maybe give you a good slap at the cabin in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, I would want that.
No,
I'm the guy who says, load me up at the cameras if it's on thermo, and I'll walk right to the target. You just tell me where to go. I'll just keep going.
Is just do a few wood knocks.
I have experience with that, Doug.
Yeah.
I'll never do it again.
Wood knock?
Yeah, I'll never do it again. That is my take on things.
What happened?
Well, I was being a smart ass. I did some wood knocks, camping, having fun one night. And then I got a response as soon as I got my tent for the next half hour.
What happened? Just you got hassled.
Yeah, I mean the wood knocks were enough. That I'm done.
Yeah.
I don't want to have anything to do with it.
You got what any Bigfooter wants.
Is there any? I mean, the wood knocks seem to work. Once again, I don't know, but
they do. They work.
I've had so much activity. Just we don't ever do any screams or anything like that. Just wood knocks. We don't do a lot of them. Just 2, 3. That's it. Tops, and we're done. And then, you know, we've had a lot, but that doesn't mean it works in every location.
Yeah.
But I was just teasing Leon. He should go out and do some wood knocks.
Well,
Look, I've had plenty of nice experiences with grizzlies and cougars. I'm not overly concerned with the Sasquatch. It'll be the same. It'll be the same revealing of me being a little girl scared to death in the bush, which I've had to negotiate many a time. So
yeah, and I don't think that I'm sure that they're not harmful.
Oh, and mostly it'd be my own head producing all the data, which will be probably incorrect. But I don't know if they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, just like if I. What was that, Steve?
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
I spent years studying knock. Knock is how I was going to debunk Bigfoot phenomenon.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because after my second encounter, I decided that this was a phenomenon, and if I can retract the knock phenomenon from this base phenomenon, then neither existed scientifically.
Okay.
And so I took the knock out, and it was easy. I'd do a knock, get a knock back. Do a knock, get a knock back. And I spent years studying this. And my question in my head was, what has an opposable thumb to pick up something and knock? And that question itself, at the end of the study, when I proved to myself and to other people what was knocking out there, was if you really dissect that question, that the obvious data of something has an opposable thumb out there knocking, what has that? Okay, the answer to that is the answer to the entire phenomenon, if you just wrap your head around it. Because looking at it from one direction, I couldn't wrap my head around it, but now I'm looking back on it. What has an opposable thumb out there, that is the entirety of the answer, is that it is a Bigfoot, and that is a real being out there.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, because I have a problem with wood knocks.
Okay, good.
And the problem is, and I don't have a problem with sound that we are defining as being wood knocks, but I don't think they're wood knocks.
No, I agree.
Because,
to
okay.
this day, I agree. Here's why. We've had them returned too quickly.
Well, I think also is everyone's reporting the wood knocks, but are all the wood knocks sounding exactly the same? So if they're all sounding exactly the same, so are all the force, are they grabbing one particular species of wood that they've chosen to use wood knocks with? I don't buy that.
There's a good chance that you're 95% right, because the same conclusions, they're consistent.
Yeah.
They're sometimes happen way too quick. What do you think they're... And I never get reports of them walking around with sticks in their hand, or actually be a pretty good log to make a wood knock. Yep. They travel forever. Yep. They seem to work well because we can mimic that sound apparently with wood. They've got to be doing it with their mouth or their throat or their hands or their whatever.
Something,
yeah.
Because every time we had talked about this, Patrick and I talked about this once, was up in an area that we have very high report sightings, vocalizations, and stuff like that. When I was researching it out, it was absolutely bizarre because every time I got out to a certain area, got out of my vehicle, I was filming some stuff, and I heard one knock.
Yep.
And then didn't click in right away. Then I drove a few kilometers down to another part of where this area is, got out of my vehicle, started checking out some areas, and that's when I started recording, saying, I think I just heard a wood knock. And I went to the other side of the lake, up top of the side of the mountain. And as soon as I got out of the frickin' vehicle again, one bloody knock again.
Yep.
And I just thought, and I went outside of the car and I put two rocks together, a rock on a stump, a rock on a tree, a rock on a fallen tree, a log, or a stick on a log, a tree, a rock, like every angle I could think of. And I just kept thinking, this is just not the same sound. This, to me, like, it just makes more sense. I mean, why? Oh my God, there's a human. I better get a stick. Got one.
Well,
instead of just going, because at the human condition, I'm looking at some music recently for a new video, and came across a couple of artists that they make the whole, at the beginning of the song, everything you're listening to sounds like it's outside. Trees, birds, wind, different sounds of animals, and they're making those sounds with their own voices. Yeah. And then they bring music out of their own, like their own voice starts singing, and then they start incorporating these bush sounds and stuff. And I thought, that's pretty brilliant. Yeah. I'm not saying Sasquatches can do that, but to me, it just makes more primal, instinctual sense that they're just producing it out of a functional capacity that they have. So,
well, the most amazing wood knock I ever had was I was coming out of an unnamed lake, I always called Hidden Lake, with my daughter, two other boats behind us, and we were just pulling out. My daughter was making monkey sounds, Dakota. She was just making monkey sounds. And all of a sudden, we get to the mouth of the lake, and there was one good wood knock, and that just echoed across the whole lake, and it was right next to us. And I'm like, holy crap, I'd never heard a wood knock up there. I've been going up there 20 years. Never heard a wood knock. So that's when right there in the boat, when Vladimir was behind in their boat, I said, we're going to do a wood knock tonight. And we did. And that was the start of the whole craziness up there.
Nice.
I absolutely think if we would not have wood knocked at the cabin, and we had an answer instantly, it was so quick, and it was right by our fire, the answer. And so that was when I started thinking, I don't think they're knocking wood.
Well, in the field, it's been my experience. I've experienced them doing chest slaps.
Yep.
I've experienced them using a cupped hand on a tree.
Yeah.
When they're very close.
Okay.
I mapped out from where I heard a wood knock from to where we were at 1.1 miles. That was certainly a percussion tool used against a tree. I take it as being wood because I can take an 1.5 inch piece of wood,
right,
and hit an oak tree about 18 inches thick and produce, and it takes a lot of strength, but I can produce the same sound they produce.
Okay. Well, yeah, we've done that too. I'm just saying, it seems like that they're very well seem to be capable of producing or mimicking that sound using some part of their body.
Yeah, I caught wood knocks. There was an instance of a group I was studying, and the juvenile had been shot at, and I went in with a team of, actually the leader of a team with a camera, and we're researching this area where they have a creek crossing. And we got knocked out so loudly it almost sounded like gunshots, but it wasn't gunshots. It was wood knocks, and it was a 3-set, a 6-set, and a 3-set. But in front of those, there's a roar. It actually goes roar, pow, 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 and then a 6 knock and a 3 knock.
Really interesting.
So, and it was so loud. Now I deduce it down to either it being stone, bone, or wood. And exactly what scenario determines which one is up to them and the geographical area they're in.
So one thing we do agree on is we know raccoons don't make it.
That was part of my thing from trying to debunk them, looking at it from this side. I hypothesized that it was a known animal doing an unknown action after dark. That was my hypothesis, and I was experimenting using knocks to debunk it. And looking from this side, how can something have an opposable thumb doing this? But afterwards, and many years later, and experiences later, looking at it from the other side, I'm telling people that are trying to wrap their head around it, if you just think about that question, what has an opposable thumb out there in the dark that's doing this? The answer is there. It's a simple answer. It's just you can't wrap your head around it.
Right. So what are your thoughts, Steve, on wood knocks?
Well, I've heard a story out here where someone has heard a wood knock and they've actually heard what they were pretty sure was knocked against the tree dropped after they heard that.
Oh, okay.
So I'll certainly bet that sometimes they actually use a stick to knock against a tree.
Yep, I can do that.
I'm certain they have alternatives, like just a clap.
Yep.
I mean, the dinner plate size handprint that was left on the fender of my car when my car got pushed, those two hands clapping would be a pretty loud slap.
Did you get photos?
No, this was 1986.
Okay. Yeah. That's the other thing that I'm really curious about and still haven't done it. And that's to figure out what is this thick sebum they seem to leave sometimes, their handprints. Is this an oil that they, are rubbing off their fur or their hair? Or is it coming out of their skin on their hands? Is it something else they're touching? But man, the photos are so consistent. I've just got so many of them now. these kind of white looking, chalky white or, off-white looking handprints and fingerprints.
Yeah,
Well, we have oil on our hands.
I noticed that material with
certainly
my
do.
event.
Pardon?
I did not notice that material with my experience.
Okay. It doesn't mean it's always there. No, there's
Yeah.
certainly been cases, but if you go online even, or even go to my Facebook page, there's a lot of examples.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
And so Shelley Covington, Montana, named it Sasquatch alba vernix, meaning the vernix like it's coating on a baby when there's this kind of a white, waxy, thick, waterproofy coating that's on babies. And it does kind of look like that. I mean, I've seen it too. I've had handprints on my car that are just huge, and it's like, and I always thought, oh, they're muddy handprints that are left. And I'm so fascinated as to whether, they have this squalene, which apparently gorillas, great apes, don't have squalene molecules in their sebum because that protects you from UV light. And humans do. So once again, it would be very interesting, just a little bit of information that may bring on, more scrutiny in the future because you've got latent details. Then if you could have, analyzed and see it's got different types of waxes in it, doesn't have squalene, it, just could raise the bar a bit.
I have to leave in 15 minutes, just to let you know.
Well,
we're at 3:45.
Yeah. You got some dedicated watchers, I'll tell you.
Yeah, longest show ever. We've broken new ground here on Squatch Talk.
It's a great show.
It is a great show. I like Strangeland's question there.
Yeah.
Strangeland, are you asking about Snellgrove Lake, the stones that were tossed on the roof at Snellgrove Lake?
Oh, there we go. I see the question. Yeah, they were kind of sharp. They look like good hunting rocks. The best shot of it is certainly in the show. That was the actual rock that we picked off the roof. That Vladimir, the little guy, Vlad Jr., actually went up on the roof to grab it. But it looked like granite, but it had a lot of sharp edges on it.
Huh.
Looked like a good hunting rock.
Hunting humans. Hunting humans in a remote cabin.
Yeah, and I really do think these things operate on fear. It's like a black bear. Right?
Well,
Black bears have survived so well by operating on fear. Except for Leon.
What do you mean by that, Doug?
Well, they're afraid of their own shadow, basically. They're not the king of the forest. They don't think of themselves as the king of the forest. They evolved with saber-toothed tigers and, animals bigger and tougher than they were, dire wolves and so on. Black bears are very skittish.
They are, and they are.
And that's what I mean by they operate on fear. In most cases, I've actually been lucky enough to walk with wild black bears, and to the point where they'll actually kind of ignore you or accept you, I guess. And you can just hang out with them all day. Just do whatever they do. Just hang out with them. You just kind of eventually they go, oh, you're not a threat. Okay, fine. Hang out. And you can just walk with them. I swear to God, even at night, you can do it even at night. They'll just eventually accept you.
Yeah.
And then you will see them respond to like the sound of a car. And they'll stand up on their hind legs and you'll do the same thing and you'll just both be listening. I don't hear the car. They do. And sure enough, here comes a car. But they're aware. They're just wary. They're not.
They are. They're easy to scare off. You could just yell at them, hey, get out of here, black bear, and they'll go.
Yep.
They'll run away.
Leon could run out there and even at night, even if it was a female with cubs, in most cases, the female will get scared off before she'll defend her cubs, a black bear.
You know, I mean, especially you fire 2 shots off in the air, like Patrick said earlier about firecrackers or fireworks or whatever.
Yeah.
You just fire 2 shots in the air, they're gone. They're gone for a while. Like, they ain't coming back anytime soon.
I just really feel that Bigfoots operate on the kind of that same fear. They seem to, like when they'll throw something at the house or a cabin, they'll throw it and they're gone. They run. They don't hang out. They're gone. They do a grand finale. It's been so consistent in numerous locations. They'll do the grand finale, boom, attack the cabin, and then they're gone like chickens. They run. You'll never have any more activity that night. So just like a gorilla slapping the glass, they always run after they do it. Like, oh, right. I did something naughty. I'm out of here. But I'm big and tough, and I showed you how strong I am. But I'm afraid, and I'm out of here.
That's when I click the light on and start tracking them.
Yeah, I really do. I really do feel that they operate on fear, and I don't think they're. I'm not saying there's no exceptions, but I don't think they're dangerous. I think they could be.
They certainly could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any evidence that they would actually attack a person.
Right.
Like, yeah, and we've talked about that before, and it's like there's really no evidence of that.
Well, the sheer terror is there. You just have to put it in a box and lock it and stay focused on task. Because if you want to accomplish a goal, you have to stay focused on, I have to accomplish this and accomplish this, and I have to find this track and that track, and just keep going, And I say, Leon and I take Pat out there and we put him on point at night with a light tracking Sasquatch.
Make sure he's wearing his depends.
And a bacon necklace.
Yeah.
Doug, the reason why I was asking about fear is a primal emotion. And emotions are different than feelings. So emotions is, like you say, if something feels like it's threatened, it goes into fear, it might do an action of something. But once the emotions are energy in motion, once the emotion has subsided, the act of whatever the emotion is, then it goes back to a calm, relaxed state. They don't carry it around with them after that.
Right. Yeah.
What I would be concerned about is...
I think that's why they book.
Well, for sure. What I would be concerned about is the primary emotion of anger, which is not the same as rage.
Right.
Primary emotion of anger is like, look at if you're in a cabin and they're snooping around, depending if they're younger or not, and they're curious. I find a lot of the younger ones are more likely curious. Try to control a toddler. If there's anything you're going to find evidence on a Sasquatch is a mom with a toddler, because a toddler ain't going to be standing still. The toddler, you put it down, it's going to be rumbling all over the place. But with when something's angry at you, compared to curious again, I mean, that's kind of what I'm interested in understanding, the dynamics of behavioral psychology of what a Sasquatch might have in it. And I get mixed messages sometimes when people are saying, fear or anger. They were angry at me. Oh, are you sure they were angry at you? Because how big was the rock?
I'm using the term far lighter than you would ever use it.
Okay. No, I'm just curious.
I'm using it like a black bear. Like when you run a black bear off, is it really afraid of you? It's just thinking survival. It's just going to leave because.
Well, that's why it's primal. So there's different levels of fear in regards to danger, right? So sometimes it will look at you with indifference. I mean, when you guys were talking about bears, and I was talking about this 600-pound black bear, and I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I could take you up to northern BC here, up by the Nahanni area in the Fort Liard River, and you won't be whistling Dixies around those black bear, I can guarantee you, because they will just want to eat you. And you can do whatever you want. You can shoot in the air. You can chase them off, try to chase them with a helicopter.
They just won't leave.
They will eat you. They will wait for it to eat you.
Well, they're probably starving.
No, they're not starving at all. They got lots of food. They could go over there.
What is their motive? Why are they so stubborn?
I don't know. The only comparison I can think of is those lions that were over in Africa. the ghost lions or whatever that just kept going after people. I've never seen bears like that. It's terrifying. Ran a crew of 90 people up there, and we were killing a bear a day.
Really?
And they could have ate glorious food,
Yeah.
chicken, steak, remains, all that right out there on the helipad that we would fly out. Never touched it. Always wanted live people.
Well,
Tried to get into helicopters. Tried to. Oh, it was the scariest.
Well, you're bringing up a good point. There's always those exceptions. You can never just a general rule.
Yeah.
It's happened at enough locations where they'll throw the big rock and then they're gone.
Yep.
Slap the cabin, they're gone. They'll throw the big thing, they're gone. And this has happened so many times that it just reminds me of the gorilla at the zoo.
Yeah, that's a good analogy too.
Hits the glass and then runs away, even though it knows it's safe. So why is it running away? Why is it hitting it and running? You would maybe know more than I would, but I just call it fear.
Could it be entertainment?
Could be.
But why do they leave? Why don't they just stay there and keep beating on it?
Well, because they want to see what your response is. Oh, look how tough I am.
they're watching
It's like
you.
it's like kids being
But
tough.
the
And then,
fact that they're retreating after they do it, I found it really interesting.
no, for sure.
Well,
They do retreat.
We used to do that as kids. Go down the lane and
Yeah.
run up someone's house at 1 a.m, beat on the door, and then take off running and go hide in
Yeah.
the field. And
You're
see
brave.
them come out.
You're brave for like 14 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I need.
And then we laugh for another 30 minutes. Do you see the look on that guy's face? Yeah.
And I would imagine they do have a sense of humor. Why wouldn't they? Animals do.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
You
For
know,
sure.
I mean, I see so much with the advent of YouTube and things like that I didn't have growing up. You get to see a lot more animal behaviors nowadays than you could 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the only animal behavior you ever heard of was what your neighbor told you about their pet. Now you get to observe it by the thousands and thousands of cats, dogs, bears, animals, whatever thing you can imagine. You get to observe animal behavior.
Yeah, but when we were younger too, I'm assuming you're over 50. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you look over 50. But back in those days, we didn't even think animals had like a conscience or any emotion. They were beasts. Remember, they were beasts, and we had to conquer them. And now we're of course finding finally that maybe these things actually feel something.
Yeah, we're seeing expressions of guilt. And dog after dog after dog being, but those would have been stupid stories we would have heard only. But now you get to see it over and over and over.
Yeah, injustice, unfairness, especially along primates. When they do tests with grapes compared to grapes compared to cucumbers with monkeys, it's like, wait a second, how come you got a grape this time? I'm doing the same thing.
No, it's absolutely amazing what we get to observe as people nowadays with the internet. But I've just kind of come to the conclusion that they're not dangerous, so I'm not personally, worried about them. I just think that they're, they test their own courage, and maybe that's even a mark of, maybe it's some little test that they do, the mark of courage, to come in and slap a human's cabin and then book, hey, I'm tough.
Counting.
It could be a mark of
Yeah, there's First Nations that used to do that too. Hey, they used to just go out there and smack the enemy with a stick, and that showed their bravery.
Yep.
And then they meet the white man. Oh, that didn't work very well.
Yeah.
It's like, Western
I
culture.
I don't trust them as far as I can throw them because I knew nothing about them.
No, I don't either.
So, yeah, I just don't trust them. And that's been my experience. And I do have some, and it's like, I don't want you here. Like, I'm not here for you. You shouldn't be here for me. I just don't want to have anything to do with you. That's my personal experience.
My biggest fear was I was one of these creatures coming in the cabin.
I'm sure.
Feeling trapped and then tearing your arms off.
Right.
Or your head.
Yeah, especially if you have your kids there with you, right?
Yeah, yep. But then you just kind of like try to reason it out and go, well, they wanted to come in here, they would have by now.
Oh, yeah. I don't think little knives as locks would work very well for you.
Those were just noisemakers, Liam. Those were only noisemakers. Trust me. We knew they weren't going to stop the Bigfoot.
Yeah.
But you would have heard the wood cracking when they pushed it open.
Totally. What a great story to share. That's for sure.
Yeah, little butter knives.
All right, guys. I'm going to wrap it up.
Okay.
We're at 4 hours.
Oh my
longest Squatch Talk ever in Squatch Talk history.
Make it a 2 series.
Yeah. In audio form, I'm definitely going to split it up, but part 1, part 2. But this is going straight to YouTube in a 4-hour format. Doug, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it, man.
It's my pleasure. My
and
pleasure.
panel, of course. I knew you guys would have a lot to add and make things more interesting, like you always do. Damn it. And yeah, man, great discussion. We'll keep it going one way or another. I hope we've all learned something here tonight. That's including the audience, right? This is for the audience benefit. And yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks for being here, guys. We'll see you next time.
Okay. Thanks, guys.